You ever hear of a ritual killing?
We're inside Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, Ohio for the Hyundai leadoff man on WGN Sports. Rubber game today. The Cubs are 2-2 on this long road trip. Off day tomorrow before the Cubs start a 3-game set in Houston on Tuesday. Hi again, everyone. Welcome to the leadoff man. I'm Len Casper. The Cubs have played a lot of very close games on this road trip. 3 have gone to extra innings. They are 2-2. They won 2-1 on Friday night in 9 innings. Last night, a very tough extra innings loss, and a lot of action in the ball game last night. First inning, Alfonso Soriano leading off the game with a double off left-hander Matt Maloney, who was making his major league debut. Ryan Theriot trying to lay down a bunt, got hit on the right forearm, so the Cubs were in business, they thought. Derek Lee having a hit taken away by Chris Dickerson on another diving catch by Dickerson. And then Ryan Theriot trying to steal second base on a double steal. He just overslid the bag, was tagged out, and as Lou said before the game, those are very key situations offensively.
Yeah, we got to get those runs in, Kerry. Look, we've preached it. The sooner we start doing those things, the sooner we'll start winning with a little more consistency.
Cubs 0 for 17 with runners in scoring position in the series. Bottom of the first now. Chris Dickerson with an RBI double. That followed an error by Mike Fontenot. Jerry Hairston Jr. just getting his hand in as the Reds took the lead against Ryan Dempster. A little later in the inning, Ramon Hernandez bouncing one off the top of the wall in right for a 2-run homer. All 3 runs were unearned. More defense from Chris Dickerson. Setting up, making a perfect throw. Excellent tag by Hairston. They nail Reed Johnson at third base. The Cubs would get on the board, however, as Bobby Scales in that inning with a deep home run to left, making it a 3-1 deficit. 5th inning, Ryan Dempster really did settle down after the first inning. He didn't give up another run. 6 innings total, 6 hits, 3 runs, none earned, 2 walks, 7 strikeouts. For the Cubs veteran right-hander, he got a no decision. 7th inning now, Giovanni Soto with his 2nd home run of the season. Only question here, was it going to be fair? And it hit the foul pole way up top. For his 2nd homer of the year, it's all of a sudden a 3-2 game. 8th inning. Cubs did not get a hit here with a runner at scoring position, but they did get a sacrifice fly. Another diving catch by Dickerson. Theriot tagging from third and beating the throw. It's a 3-3 game, so we go to extra innings for the 3rd time in 4 games on this trip. Alex Gonzalez lays down the bunt. You saw Mike Fontenot come in. Marshall fielded the ball, and that allowed Jay Bruce to get to third base. And then Adam Rosales with a bouncer to Fontenot. They originally called it a fielder's choice, changed it to an error, eventually decided it was a fielder's choice. Rosales gets the game-winning RBI, and the Cubs bounced back to 4th place in the division. They're a game behind the Reds for 3rd. Bob Brenly joining me now. The Cubs continue to get excellent starting pitching. Randy Wells today. How about a 5-run first inning for the Cubs?
I'll tell you, that would go a long way toward Randy Wells settling in. Not like he hasn't settled in before, but 5 runs on the board would mean so much to this ball club offensively, defensively, and of course on the mound. To give the pitcher that kind of a cushion, you like your chances.
Aramis Ramirez is out. You have Derek Lee, who's really started to get it going. Milton Bradley day to day. We saw him pinch hit last night. But are you concerned about Alfonso Soriano? We've just seen moments where he hasn't been running all that well with the bad knee.
Yeah, but there have been other times when he's been running extremely well. So it's hard to say it's a day-to-day injury for Fonzie. It shows up a lot more on defense than it does when he's at the plate, but you just hope he hits the ball in the stands and doesn't have to run too hard.
And he'll be in that leadoff spot today. Coy Hill catching for the 3rd time on this trip. Coming up, Carlos Zambrano will sit down with us, but as we go to break, let's take a look at today's Hyundai dealer of the game, Team Hyundai in Highland, Indiana. We'll be back.
The Hyundai Leadoff Man, brought to you in part by Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs. And by your Chicago Hyundai dealers. Always a home run with America's best warranty. And now, Hyundai Assurance.
WWE Superstars.
Here comes the animal. I'm the man. I'm the predator. And I'm the top of the food chain. There is no one more intense than Batista. There are many superstars that can electrify a crowd like Batista.
My game plan? Destroy everyone.
The animal is roaring.
On WWE Superstars, expect everything.
She's gonna be fine. But we did find this. It's a $5 bill inside your dog.
What should I do?
I'd go to CC's.
Got $5 and change? You gotta go to CC's.
I'll call you then. Bye.
Devin?
Cindy, it's been a long time.
Yeah, I'll say. You've got the whole Verizon Wireless network. Mr. Fear of Commitment. That's weird.
Well, they came with my pay-as-you-go plan, so I only pay for them when I use them.
So you haven't changed at all?
Nope.
Goodbye long-term contracts. Hello, America's largest calling family. Get unlimited talk to more people. Use 0 minutes. Plus, get phones starting at just $19.99. Verizon Wireless.
It was Chuck Norris, you fool.
It was Bruce Lee, you old goat.
It was Norris.
Lee snapped his arm.
I'll snap your arm.
Hey, didn't Bruce Lee kill Chuck Norris in The Way of the Dragon?
Yep. Bruce Lee killed Chuck Norris.
It was Bruce Lee.
Text your question to 542-542.
Mom, I want an allergy medicine that won't make me drowsy. Children's Claritin Chewables? I relieve allergy symptoms without making you drowsy. And grape tastes awesome.
It's the #1 pediatrician recommended non-drowsy brand. Let your kids live Claritin Clear.
The power to make just about anything, except for excuses. The Craftsman Cordless C3 line. 25 tools, 1 battery. Bring on the to-do list. Innovation, better value. Craftsman, trust in your hands.
Check.
Strength meets intelligence. The surprisingly efficient Ridgeline, built by Honda.
Beautiful day here in Ohio. We're on the banks of the Ohio River. Temperatures in the upper 70s. Not much of a wind at the moment as we get set for the third and final game of this weekend series. Time now to see who's in the zone. Brought to you by AutoZone, the Cubs rotation on this trip. Look at what Randy Wells did. Took a no-hitter into the 7th on Tuesday. Ted Lilly, 1 earned run in 7 innings on Wednesday. Big Z on Friday with his 100th career win, and Ryan Dempster with a no decision last night. That's who's in the zone, brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. I had a chance to sit down with a Cubs ace yesterday, and we talked about that milestone 100th career win on Friday. Carlos, congratulations. A great milestone win. Win number 100. You had to hit a home run, too, and make a great defensive play. I thought it was one of your best all-around games.
Well, yeah, last night was special, pretty special. Especially win this one for our team, right now we're in a good situation. Our team is playing much better, and of course the 100 wins was very important for me, and I'm happy. I was happy for that, and I'm still happy. I'm still celebrating. But in the other way, we have to keep doing a good job and keep playing good.
Your last 2 starts, maybe your best 2 starts so far. Do you feel like you're getting into a groove now?
Well, I don't say my last 2 starts. I've been feeling good since a month ago, and I've been feeling been feeling that my fastball is running good, and my slider, my split finger is working. Everything is working right now. So just have to keep working hard and have fun on the mound.
Do you have an issue sometimes when your stuff's almost too good? It seems to run and move all over the place, and just trying to kind of control it and throw strikes. I mean, you walked, I think, 5 guys, and you were able to work around those walks by only giving up 2 hits.
Well, like I say, I can't control what after I throw the ball, but I can control, before I throw the ball, Sometimes some of those pitches are close, or in the big league, the hitters don't swing, sometimes they don't swing close pitch, like the first walk last night to Bruce. That was a pretty good pitch. I thought he was going to swing the pitch, but I don't care when I throw a walk. If the pitch is close, it's good to me, If the pitch is wild or the pitch is way out of the sun, and I start worrying about it. But after I walk the guy, it's over. I have to get the next guy out and hit a ground ball or whatever. Hit some blooper to a D-Lee and made a nice catch and double up.
All right, how's your left hand? We were wondering. Okay, he's batting right-handed against a righty, and we saw on the swing your first at bat that you seem to be favoring your left hand. Was it something that was from a few days ago?
Yeah, it's getting better. We had a treatment today, and they treated today, and it's nothing to worry about it. A week ago, I felt something in my left hand, and it's why I was swinging carefully during the practice. And yesterday, my first at bat, I felt it, and I say, why not change? I don't want to aggravate it. I just want to go out there and make a decent swing right-handed.
And you did. You hit it over the wall in center field. Did you notice on one of those at-bats, Jerry Hairston came in at third, and we were saying, I don't know if Z's going to lay down a bunt for a hit anymore. Is that something that'll cross your mind down the road after what happened earlier this season?
No, now. After what happened the last time that I bunt and I got injured, I don't think you're going to see that lately, But who knows in the playoff or in the World Series, we're down 1-0 or up 1-0, winning one more run. I may lay down one.
Baseball's been your life. You signed with the Cubs when you were 16 years old, and you made some headlines by saying at the end of your contract, you just might hang them up because your family's really important to you. You're very serious about that, and a lot can happen over the next 5 years, but we were talking in the clubhouse earlier. You know that a World Series is coming in that time, right?
Yeah, that's the most important thing right now, to win everything for the city of Chicago, and sometimes I get in trouble with the things that I say, but believe me, this is the thing that I feel, and I always like to say the truth, and the truth is after this contract, I will hang the glove, and that's what I feel, I feel that for me, I like to see my daughters grow up. I like to see, things in my family run, pretty good. But before that, let's talk about baseball. Let's talk in the next 4 or 5 years. Let's talk about, doing my job in the field. And I don't want to talk more about, retirement. That would be in 4 years or 5 years.
Last thing, we had a lot of fun talking about your no-hitter at the Cubs convention, and you told a funny story about when we met in spring training of 2005. You nicknamed me Dory from the moving Finding Nemo. Apparently, I introduced myself to you like 8 or 9 times. Is that true? I don't remember.
Yeah, that's true, man. I have good memories, and I'm a pitcher. I have to have, good memories and remember the hitters, And I remember that, the first time you came here, you say, hey, how you doing? My name is Len Kaplan, and I'm the new broadcaster for the Cubs. And, 30 minutes later, you say the same thing. The next day you say the same thing. And I say, man, one of these days I would say, hello, Len. So that I knew that you was Len Kasper,
Good stuff from Carlos Zambrano. Coming up, stick around. We'll have a 1990-91 WGN Cubs radio reunion.
Big Mac, you so want one.
Now Snapple's got healthy green tea, tasty black tea, real sugar. What's our slogan?
Best your stuff. Stuffy stuff.
Good stuff for bettering stuff.
Guys, the best stuff on earth just got better.
Good stuff, Greg.
I'm okay with that.
We're dating.
Snapple, the best stuff on earth just got better.
Feeling back pain? Dr. Scholl's Back Pain Relief Orthotics with shock guard technology give you immediate relief that lasts all day long. Dr. Scholl's, pain relief is a step away.
Nobody has to tell you these are tough times. That's why it's a good time to get back under the hood, to keep that car running longer, and do everything you can to make sure a small job doesn't turn into a costly one. And AutoZone is here to help every step of the way. We're the one place you'll find the expertise, tools, and advice you can trust to help you do the job right the first time. Because do it yourself doesn't mean you have to do it alone. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
This is the classic hangover joint. I mean, they never close. Christmas, New Year's, always open. 4 in the morning, people are stuffing their faces with a local specialty called Get Up. Definitely an acquired taste for Cincinnatiites, and I tried it, but might need a few beers.
24 hours a day we are open.
You should come back during third shift. You see a lot. You see a lot of strange people.
The key here is the scene, the attitude. I mean, it's just out there in a really kind of cool way. It's just nuts. Definitely worth a trip.
Welcome back to Great American Ballpark. Rosie Red, proving that she's a pretty good athlete on that nice toss. Well, a trip down memory lane. It's been almost 20 years since my partner Bob Brenly and Ron Santo jumped into the Cubs radio booth. Look at those pictures, Bob. Oh, from a few years ago, the very suave Ron Santo and a 14-year-old Tom Brenneman. Well, he was a little older than that, but the radio team in 1990 and 91. Let's take a trip down memory lane. Bob?
Well, the hairstyles and the hair color may have changed a little bit, and in some cases the quantity of hair has changed a little bit, but it's good to be together again with our old broadcast crew from WGN Radio back in 1990 and 91. To my far left, Tom Brenneman. To my left, Rod Stewart's fashion coordinator, Ron Santo. And, of course, I'm Bob Brenly. And, guys, I think before we talk about our time in the booth together, we all ought to either thank or blame Jack Rosenberg for bringing the three of us together. Tommy came from Cincinnati. Ron and I, neither one had any on-the-air experience, and Rosie was a true visionary to see that there was some kind of chemistry here.
Wonderful guy, and he lost his wife, Mayoria, not too long ago. And certainly that was a lot of fun when we got together down there in that senior league game for the auditions. You remember that, big boy?
Do I remember that? I was so embarrassed. I mean, let me just say one thing. You know, when I got in there, I had been out of baseball for 17 years. I knew the players. I didn't know the numbers of the position. That's how bad it was. And when I got through and we were ready to go back, I went up to Bobby and Tommy. I said, congratulations. I said, I got no chance.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you, Ron, you were what made the booth. You know, Tommy, as I mentioned, came from Cincinnati. I was coming from San Francisco, and Jack Rosenberg thought that we needed a Cubs connection. And, you know, you're the icon. You're the one that people recognize, and I think the fact that you're still in the booth doing a great job attests to that.
Well, I'm really only in the booth because of you two, because you got me through the first year. Because right after the first year, I walked in and I told the general manager, I don't think this is for me, And then he played a tape for me, and he said, that's you, Ron, and that's what we want. We're not asking you to be a broadcaster. We're asking you to be you.
Well, I'd like to ask you both your recollections of our first game on the air at Wrigley Field. Tom, I'll let you go first.
Well, I mean, the long and short of it is you might want to find a bleep button around here somewhere. Sano couldn't find one at the time, God bless him. But, we were privileged to throw out the first pitch. You may remember that night, and it was pouring down rain. It was the first time a season opener had ever been a night game. And they asked the three of us to throw out the first pitch. And, of course, we went racing all the way up the ramps to get up top. And Donnie Albert, our engineer, says, all right, boys, saddle up. Here we go. Our first real game as Cubs broadcasters, and then this wind comes plowing through, and as I'm getting ready to say welcome to Cubs baseball, I hear the two magic words that you can't say on television or radio come out of Santo's mouth as a cup of coffee dumps all over his lap. That was nice.
Let me just say, first of all, I was a nervous wreck, and I had my book all set up, and I had a coffee right there, and then all of a sudden the wind came, and Tommy's, looking at both of us, and all of a sudden, and I went, God. And the rest, those are my first words as a broadcaster. And I said, that'll be my last time.
Well, one thing is for sure, we were all very fortunate to get an opportunity to work with Harry Carey. And Tom being a play-by-play guy, that had to really be special for you.
It was so much fun. I mean, you look back on those 2 years with the three of us, and then the 6 years, Ronnie, we had together, and Harry and Stoney were around there. And, I mean, just so many laughs. And, getting in Harry's limo after the game, and I always remember so many of the stories, but that's back when the Cardinals had Andy Bennis and Alan Bennis, and we jump in a limo to go have a beer or something after the game. He says, geez, old Pete, they've got Andy Bennis, they've got Alan Bennis, why can't the Cubs get a Bennis? Enough said.
Yeah. Well, with Harry, of course, you went in TV for three innings. Harry comes in with me, and I'll never forget, I was just a nervous wreck, and, I'm very excitable on the radio.
Really?
So when Sandberg hit the home run, I went, oh, and Harry gives the call, and then when the inning's over, he turns to me and he says, that's my call.
Yeah, when Tom was in the booth, he would let Ron and I kind of chirp in and add some yays or some oh my goshes, but when Harry was in the booth, he wanted to finish his call. I'll tell you what, we've all come a long way. Ron, how many years in the booth for you now?
This is my 20th year. I can't believe it. I told you the other day, how'd I get here? I mean, I have no idea.
And Tommy, you've gone on to great things.
Thank you.
College championship football game and postseason baseball.
We've all stayed pals through all these years.
Well, that's all you got in the end is your friends. And
that's right.
These guys I consider to be some of my best friends in the world. And we've had a great time up here in the booth. And it's always fun catching up with you, Tom, when we come to Cincinnati or when the Reds come to Wrigley. And, Ron, I see you every day.
Yeah, love it.
Well, and we love it. And that's going to do it from up here in the booth. Back to you, Len.
All right, thanks, BB. The Cubs radio team from almost, 20 years ago. As we look ahead to today, rubber game. Randy Wells still trying to get his first win. Bronson Arroyo's had an up-and-down year, but he has 7 wins. We'll preview the pitching matchup when we come back.
It seemed like every month it got a little harder to pay the bills.
Yeah, the paycheck was basically gone before we even got it.
So, we started looking a little more closely at the money we were spending.
And we found a way to get the same great television we already enjoyed for a lot less money than we were paying before. We get the top channels with our favorite shows and reliable service for the lowest prices.
We have Dish Network, the home of the lowest nationwide prices. In fact, over 30 million people already enjoy Dish Network.
With Dish Network, we get over 100 of the most popular channels, including local channels, for just $39.99 a month.
And that's not a promotional price. That's the everyday price.
It just doesn't make sense to pay more to get the same channels.
It's not like my favorite movies and shows were any better on DirecTV just because I was paying more for them.
So why would you ever pay more for TV?
There's never been a better time to switch to Dish Network. Now for a limited time, get our most popular package for just $14.99 a month for 6 months. That's a $150 value. Call now and we'll professionally install your system free.
With Dish Network, we get low prices, tons of choices, and great customer service. Plus,
Plus, 100% digital quality picture and sound.
Start saving money today with Dish Network. Call now and we'll also give you HBO and Showtime absolutely free for 3 months. That's over 15 channels of the best movies and original series. Yours free for 3 months.
And if you're looking for high definition, nobody has more high def than Dish Network. Plus, Dish Network has the highest HD picture quality in the business.
With Dish Network, you always save more and you get more. So why keep spending more and getting less?
Order now and get over 100 great channels, including local channels, for just $14.99 a month. Plus free installation and HBO and Showtime free for 3 months.
With Dish Network,
You'll save money year after year, too, with their low everyday prices.
Call now and take advantage of this limited time offer or visit dishnetwork.com and start saving money today.
You can buff up, clean up, but you can't cover up that bald spot. Instead of hiding it, solve it with Men's Rogaine Foam. In clinical testing, 85% of men regrew hair. Men's Rogaine Foam. Use it or lose it.
Scott, I want you to introduce my greatest creation, the new Toasty Torpedo. It's over a foot of Quiznos flavor on Slim Sleek Ciabatta for only $4.
Only $4?
Yes, Scott. I'm waiting for it. Quiznos. Toasty.
The Hyundai Leadoff Man, brought to you in part by Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs, and by your Chicago Hyundai dealers. Always a home run with America's best warranty. And now, Hyundai Assurance.
As we wrap up the leadoff man from Cincinnati, getting you set for baseball today, we'll give you an injury update. Aaron Miles on a rehab assignment with AAA Iowa. Played third base last night, had a couple of hits. He is eligible to come off the DL on Wednesday, so he could be back before the road trip is over. He has a shoulder injury. Rich Harden was scheduled to make a rehab start for Iowa today, but he's battling the stomach flu, so hopefully Rich will be able to go tomorrow for the I-Cubs. Also, Aramis Ramirez did a little light work in the cage yesterday as he rehabs his left shoulder. The rest of the minor league report. Matt Camp with his third 3-hit game of the season for Iowa. Brian Schlitter, who's from Park Ridge, Illinois, came over in the Scott Air deal last year with his 7th save at Double-A. And Jeffrey Beliveau with his first win of the season for Single-A Peoria. Starting pitchers here in Cincinnati, Randy Wells with a 1.69 earned run average. It would be the lowest ERA in the National League if he had enough innings to qualify. Bronson Arroyo has the 5th highest ERA in the league, but tied for first with 7 wins. So it's Randy Wells for the Cubs, Bronson Arroyo for the Reds, and we're set for Cubs baseball from Great American Ballpark. Stay tuned.
Check.
Strength meets intelligence. The surprisingly efficient Ridgeline, built by Honda.
The power to make just about anything, except for excuses. The Craftsman cordless C3 line. 25 tools, 1 battery. Bring on the to-do list. Innovation, better value. Craftsman, trust in your hands.
Would you one time let me be myself so I can shine with my own light? Let me be myself. Please, will you one time let me be myself so I can shine with my own light? Let me be myself for a while, if you don't mind. Let me be.
Your pet makes lots of friends, but there's one little friend you don't want him to meet, the flea.
Just one in your home can turn into thousands fast, infesting carpets, furniture, even your bed. To stop an infestation, ask for Frontline Plus. It quickly kills fleas, their eggs, and larvae, even ticks. It's waterproof, and one dose lasts all month long. Fleas are nobody's friends. Ask for the vet's #1 choice for dogs and cats, Frontline Plus.
Scott, I want you to introduce my greatest creation, the new Toasty Torpedo. It's over a foot of Quiznos flavor on slim, sleek ciabatta for only $4.
Only $4?
Yes, Scott. I'm waiting for it.
Quiznos. Toasty. The following is a presentation of WGN Sports.
The weather has cooperated here in Cincinnati all weekend long. Another gorgeous day for Cubs baseball on WGN Sports. We're at Great American Ballpark. Rubber match today. Cubs and the Reds in Game 3 of this series. Hi again, everyone. Alongside Bob Brenly, I'm Len Casper. The Cubs are 2-2 on the trip. They've all been one-run games. 3 have gone to extra innings. We sound like a broken record. The little things matter, and last night it was the defense.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you're not swinging the bats well and scoring runs in bunches, those defensive mistakes really are glaring. On the other hand, the Reds have played some tremendous defense, especially center fielder Chris Dickerson. He has been a human highlight reel in the first 2 games of this series. By your unofficial calculations, 4 diving catches. And he's thrown out runners. I didn't think this was a bad play on Reed Johnson's part. You had to force the defense to make a perfect play, and Chris Dickerson made a perfect play to gun down Reed at third base.
Now, both these teams have guys playing a little bit out of position. Jerry Hairston Jr. for the Reds on a nice tag there made a couple of errors on one play in the game. And Mike Fontenot, he's been okay at third base, but last night he had a rough night.
You know, they say when you have a guy playing out of position, the ball will find him, and unfortunately that was the case in the ball game last night. A nice knockdown of a tough ground ball, but a bad throw to first base.
And that led to a double as Dickerson knocks in Hairston, and as you said, a 1/10 of a second difference there, and the Cubs get it.
Yeah, whether you get the ball quicker, the relay's a little quicker, any 1/10 of a second anywhere, and you make a play. And once again, Mike Fontenot, because of his inexperience, left his base at third base. Sean Marshall had no choice but to go to first.
Here's the winning play. Mike might have had an extra half second. The problem was the runner was right between Mike and Giovanni Soto, and there's some discussion before the game about maybe one or both maybe moving out of that running lane.
Well, you know, Mike Fontenot coming straight in on that ball, the play's right in front of him. It seems to me that maybe Gio could have stepped to one side or the other to give Mike a throwing lane. He tried to throw over the runner, and unfortunately the ball got away.
And the reason these defensive plays are big is because the Cubs are struggling once again to score on the road.
Yeah, I said it at the very top of the show. If you're scoring runs the way we expected this Cubs offense to score runs, you can tolerate a few little defensive mistakes from time to time, but when you're not scoring runs, every play becomes huge.
The pitching has been outstanding. Randy Wells, tremendous as he goes after his first win. We'll talk about him and Bronson Arroyo for the Reds when we come back.
WWE Superstars.
Hustle, loyalty, respect. That is the code in which I live by. Every time I step between these ropes, I give every single bit that I have.
No one in the WWE electrifies an arena like John Cena.
I will not stop until you remember the name John Cena.
John Cena on WWE Superstars. Expect everything.
That hits the spot. It's drinkability. Means Bud Light is good wherever you are.
If you're at a party, or playing golf, like those guys, or at the bar.
Draw another door. Don't say draw.
Never filling, always refreshing. Bud Light. The difference is drinkability.
7 aces.
It's a great car. Show me the Carfax.
I'll give you $500 off.
Great. Show me the Carfax.
I'll throw in the oil changes.
How about you show me the Carfax?
Is there anything I can do to put you in this car today?
Okay, just show me the Carfax.
Anything else?
Carfax provides a vehicle history report so you could buy a used car with more confidence. Get it free at thousands of reputable dealers. Just say, show me the Carfax.
He was meeting my friends for the first time. We knew the perfect place to go.
Cheers, everyone.
I guess I did okay.
I knew they'd love him.
Try Olive Garden's new lasagna rollatini with chicken. Pan-seared chicken with oven-baked lasagna rolls stuffed with 4 Italian cheeses and fontina cream sauce. Or try it with savory sausage and tomato Alfredo, starting at just $9.95 with unlimited salad and breadsticks.
It's a great time and good practice for my parents.
Olive Garden, when you're here, your family.
Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN TV, your official summer baseball station. Brought to you by Bud Light Lime, the drinkability of Bud Light with the refreshing taste of lime. Your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Dodge dealers. To find the dealer nearest you, visit DodgeRockChicago.com. The Illinois Lottery. Play the Illinois Lottery. Have a ball. By Pepsi. Every generation refreshes the world. Visit refresheverything.com. And by Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines is ready when you are. Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on.
We're just moments away from Game 3 of this series. The Cubs and the Reds. The Cubs won Friday night. The Reds won last night. Now the pitchers. Randy Wells still without a win. For a guy who's 0-2, you just say, just do what you've been doing, Randy.
I can't imagine what he could do better on the mound. Maybe hit better. That's about the only thing you could suggest for Randy Wells because he has been throwing the ball really well.
Took a no-hitter into the 7th inning in his last start. Gave up 1 earned run in 7 innings, but got a no decision. Bronson Arroyo, on the other hand, he's been all over the place this season.
Well, he sure has. And last year against the Cubs, 3 starts, 3 victories, but his offense scored 24 runs for him in those 3 games.
It seems like Arroyo gives up 5 or 8 or 9 runs or 0 or 1. We'll see how it plays out today. Wells and Arroyo. And we'll have the lineups, the first pitch, and all the action from Great American Ballpark coming up next.
If you're like a lot of people, you have high blood pressure and you have high cholesterol. You've taken steps to try and lower both your numbers, but how close are you to your goals? There may be more you can do. Only Catawet combines 2 proven medicines in a single pill to significantly lower high blood pressure and high cholesterol. In a clinical study of patients with slightly elevated blood pressure and cholesterol, Catawet helped 48% reach both goals in just 4 weeks.
Catawet is one of many treatment options, in addition to diet and exercise, that you can discuss with your doctor. Catawet is not for everyone. It's not for people with liver problems and women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant. To check for liver problems, you need simple blood tests. Tell your doctor about any heart problems and all other medications you are taking, or if you experience muscle pain or weakness, as they may be a sign of a rare but serious side effect.
How close are you to where you want to be? Ask your doctor if Catawet can help you go for both your goals.
WWE Superstars.
I am an extreme enigma. I am reckless, a whisper in the wind. I am a risk taker, a daredevil, inventing and unpredictable, exploring, twisting my fate. I am Jeff Hardy. I am an extreme enigma.
WWE Superstars. Expect everything.
You're watching the Chicago Cubs on WGN TV, your official summer baseball station. Chicago Cubs baseball in beautiful high definition is sponsored by Comcast. As most teams do, they have the youngsters come out, take the different defensive positions. So when the Reds come out, they'll get a chance, those kids will, to meet a major leaguer and get an autographed baseball. I think that guy right there is ready. for action today. Ooh, he's got the eye black on too.
Got the eye black. He's ready to play some ball. And hopefully the Cubs are ready to play some ball today.
The Cubs are 2-2 on now an 8-game road trip. Thursday night's game in Atlanta was rained out, so they're 27-26, including 11-16 on the road. Here's Lou Pinella's Pepsi lineup for today's game against Bronson Arroyo and the Reds. Brought to you by Pepsi. Refresh everything. Soriano, Terrio, and Fukudome at the top of the lineup. Derek Lee with a 6-game hitting streak, 3 hits in this series. Mike Fontenot's at third. Reed Johnson with 2 doubles last night is in center. Coy Hill with his 3rd start on the road trip catching. Andres Blanco at second, and Randy Wells, the pitcher, bats 9th.
Take a look at the Reds defensively. Johnny Gomes in left field today. Lance Nix moves over to right field. Don't hit it to center. We know Chris Dickerson can catch everything hit his direction. He's been a human highlight reel in this series. Hairston, Gonzalez, Phillips, and Hernandez across the infield today. Brian Hannigan once again doing the catching for right-hander Bronson Arroyo. Arroyo will use a variety of pitches from a variety of different arm angles. He'll drop down and throw that big slurvy breaking ball. He will come inside on occasion, but usually just to set up the next breaking ball on the outside part of the plate.
Now, playing around with the numbers again, he's been either great or pretty terrible. And if he can win today, he can jump into sole possession of first in wins in the National League in spite of his very high earned run average. And you know, certainly he's getting his run support at times, but he's had 5 starts in which he's allowed at least 5 runs, and 4 times no runs or just 1.
Either really good or really bad, but his offense has managed to score enough runs that he's been able to rack up that high wins total. You see the umpires for today's game. Jerry Meals behind the plate, Damian Beal at first, Mike DeMuro at second, Dale Scott, the crew chief, down at third.
Good to see former Major League umpire Bruce Fremming at the ballpark this afternoon. So if you have any rules questions, I know Bruce would be happy to answer those.
I had enough questions for Bruce when he was umpiring and I was managing.
You could not dial up the weather any better than it's been all weekend. And we are underway. Bronson Arroyo to Alfonso Soriano. 80 beautiful degrees. That's a strike at the knees. And Bronson Arroyo's career against the Cubs has mirrored his roller coaster 2009 season in general. He won his first 2 lost his first 3 decisions to the Cubs. Then he won his next 4, lost 3 straight, and as you mentioned, won all 3 last year. Alex Gonzalez shoots it across. 1 out.
And for me, Arroyo was always one of those pitchers that could invent things out there on the mound if necessary. If he didn't have his good fastball, he might throw all breaking balls for a couple innings until he found his fastball. If he didn't have a good breaking ball, he would throw a straight changeup off of his fastball. He just has a pretty good feel for what he's doing out there on the mound. I mentioned he drops his arm angle down, especially on the right-handers.
Ryan Terrio with a high fly ball deep to left. Ball still carrying. Gone! That's his 6th homer of the season. His first career blast against Arroyo, and the Cubs strike first. Well, the home run we saw last night from Ramon Hernandez probably doesn't leave many, if any, other yards in the majors. You could probably say the same about Ryan Terrio, but Bob, you have to take advantage of this ballpark.
Well, both teams are playing in the same yard here. The fences are the same for both teams, and this time Ryan Terrio gets one up in the air. Little bit of wind pushing the ball out toward left field today, and Ryan able to get it up about 3 rows deep into the bleachers.
One and nothing on Kosuke Fukudome. 13th homer allowed by Arroyo on the season. And for the Cubs, they're 60th as a team. Two balls and a strike. Derek Lee on deck. The pitch off the plate inside. 3-1. Arroyo pitches with a lot of flair, has a really high leg kick.
He's amazing. I'll tell you, he'll throw his fastball at 75 miles an hour. Then he'll jack it up to 90, and then he'll throw a couple in between. The same thing with the breaking ball. He'll change speeds on every pitch.
Two bouncer to Brandon Phillips. And Kosuke is now 0 for 10 against Arroyo.
We talked about it in the past, Len. You look at the pitching charts for a guy after his start, and you look at the pitch velocities, and you'll see fastball 91, fastball 91, fastball 91, fastball 92. Bronson Arroyo is all over the map with all of his pitches. That makes it tough for a hitter to really get him timed up well.
Got a pretty big do working in the back. I wonder if he had to get a new cap to fit all of his hair under it. It's not really long, but it's very bushy in the back.
Jealous.
32 years old, 6'4", 194 pounds. Born in Key West, Florida. Really enjoyed your pregame segment with Ron Santo and Tom Brenneman. Cubs radio reunion.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. If we could have only told all of the stories that happened in 90 and 91. It was quite a time.
Full count, 3-2.
And no guarantees. There is no such thing as a fastball count when Bronson Arroyo is on the mound. He's just as likely to throw a sidearm slider 3-2 as he is to throw a fastball.
Got in on Derek's hands, and this will be an easy play for Brandon Phillips. Ryan Theriot with his 13th career home run, his first career homer away from Wrigley Field. He gives the Cubs an early 1-0 lead.
She's lollygagging and you're missing out on sweet deliciousness. Dare you pass her? What's the worst that could happen?
Did you just line jump me?
No.
He's a line jumper. Yeah, you're a line jumper.
Joshua David.
Grandma? Totally worth it. Cece's Pizza Pasta Salad and Dessert Buffet for $5 and change. Almost too good to be true.
Wow, is this?
501 honey clusters? Yes.
It's delicious.
I know.
But it
Can't
can't
have
have.
about half a day's worth of fiber? I assure you it does.
I was
Expecting sawdust and cardboard? I know.
I can
Only taste the crunchy clusters, honey, and brown sugar. No, madam. I don't have ESP.
Okay. I'll take a box. You probably already knew that.
Fiber One. Cardboard no. Delicious, yes. Painting will never be the same. Wagner brings you the only power painter with Optimus dual tip technology. With a more refined spray pattern here, Wagner's dual tip design delivers better paint coverage here, superior control here, and a beautiful finish here. All of which adds more to life out here. The new Optimus Power Painter with dual tip technology. Only from Wagner. The finish you want. The value you're looking for.
Now Well, Dusty Baker's Reds lineup looks pretty similar to the one we've seen in this series, except Lance Nix is over in right with Jay Bruce out of the lineup, and Johnny Gomes gets his first start of the series in left.
Let's check out how the Cubs take the field defensively today. Behind Randy Wells, brought to you by Pepsi. Pepsi, refresh everything. Soriano, Johnson, Fukudome across the outfield. Fontenot and Terrio once again on the left side. Andres Blanco at second base today. Derek Lee over at first. Coy Hill back behind the plate. Day game after a night game, and he'll be catching right-hander Randy Wells.
0-2 with a 169.
211 opponent's batting average.
The third baseman Hairston takes a strike from Randy Wells. It's a challenge to keep the ball in the park here in Cincinnati, but Randy Wells in his short career has done that. And Soriano makes a catch, one away. Only one homer allowed by Wells, and now 37 2/3 as a major league hurler. One of the toughest no decisions you'll ever see Tuesday night in Atlanta. His second one this season that came about because the bullpen could not hold a 4-run lead in the 8th or the 9th. The Cubs would go on to lose the game in 12 innings. He took a no-hitter into the 7th. It was broken up by Chipper Jones with 2 outs in that inning. Ball 1 on Chris Dickerson. Nice play, Andres Blanco. That ball was ticketed for right, but Blanco with that excellent range got over, diving stop, and made the play. I guess Chris Dickerson gets a taste of his own medicine.
Yeah, take that. Well, as we've documented early today, a lot of defensive problems for the Cubs recently, but Andres Blanco has not been one of them. This guy can really range. He can make plays. He's very balanced as he makes those plays and manages to get the ball over to Derek Lee in plenty of time to get to Speedy Dickerson. Wow.
Two outs, nobody on, and it's Brandon Phillips who's on a pace to hit 29 homers and knock in 121 runs. Well, Andres Blanco hasn't hit much, and you really don't expect him to. But the Cubs haven't scored a lot of runs no matter what they've done offensively here lately. But he makes his defense better. I mean, Bobby Scales played second last night, didn't have any defensive problems, and hit a home run. But the way Blanco has played second base, I think Lou would like to keep him in there as much as possible for the time being.
Well, and he, as you said, even though he hasn't done a lot offensively, how many rallies has he snuffed with great defensive plays or kept rallies from starting with great defensive plays? And once again, if the rest of the team was hitting the ball the way you expect them to, you could play a guy like Blanco every day and hit him in the 8th spot, tell him to go out there and do what you can, but bring your glove.
Wells with a 3-1 to Phillips. That's way up and in, and he draws a 2-out walk.
I'd like to say Randy Wells has the same demeanor on the mound after wins or losses, but we haven't seen him win a ball game yet. But that's through no fault of his own. But he has the perfect demeanor for a starting pitcher. He understands there's only so much that's under his control out there on the mound, and he takes care of his own business and hopes for the best from the other aspects of the game.
Lance Nix is looking for his first hit of the weekend. He's 0 for 9. Played left field the last 2 nights. He's in right with Jay Bruce on the bench today.
You know, and the Cubs are without their real MVP today. We've got a lot of players injured, but Tom Otis Hellman not with the ball club today. He went back to Chicago to see the graduation of his 8th grader Lena Hellman from St. Andrew's School. So we miss you, Otis, and congratulations to Lena.
Absolutely. Phillips faked towards second and then put on the brakes, and it's a called strike on Nix. 0-2.
I mean, Otis is the MVP every year.
Oh, he is definitely, as far as we're concerned. Bags always show up right on time. Runner going this time, swing and a miss, and the inning is over. Gary Stark holding down the 4th, while Otis is back home. 1-0 Cubs after 1.
You do get a hint of drinkability right away.
Does my pen have writability?
Come on, people. We gotta focus. We're not leaving until we've met our budget. We need ideas.
We could cut back on marketing.
We could eliminate bonuses. How about we stop buying Bud Light for every meeting?
It's the only beer with just the right taste. Bud Light. The difference is drinkability.
It was a joke! Boys, I need you to start clean up here.
Oh. The Brownie Batter Blizzard at Dairy Queen. Gooey brownie batter, moist brownie pieces, and creamy DQ soft serve.
That was good. Hey, guys, you want to go to DQ? I'll buy you both a Blizzard.
Okay.
Stop the car.
This is the best idea you ever had.
Yeah, I recorded a cheeseburger one for Dad.
It'll get you every time. The DQ Brownie Batter Blizzard.
Weekendville. Paybackville. Truthville. Feed your summer fun with the full, juicy flavor of Johnsonville sausage. Create your own Ville at johnsonville.com.
If you like movies, then check out Movie Underground right here every Friday night.
It's a date.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I read your column. It's great. You really know what you're talking about.
Rob, phone.
Can you take a message?
It's your girlfriend.
Ryan Theriot with a home run in the first inning. Cubs leading 1-0. Fontenot, Johnson, and Hill against Bronson Arroyo, who just slings it up there. It does look like he's inventing stuff, but we've seen him do that a lot. There's another one. He's just trying to get over a slow breaker, and he did on the second pitch.
Especially when he's behind in the count. When hitters are geared for fastball, that's when he's liable to flip a batting practice fastball up there at 77 miles an hour, or that big slider in the high 60s. He just refuses to give in to a hitter, doesn't pitch in any kind of a pattern out there.
The Reds got him from Boston during spring training of 2006 in exchange for outfielder Willie Mo Pena. And he has been a workhorse, to say the least, since that trade. That's high, ball 2, 2-2. He leads all major league pitchers with 114 starts since 2006. Second in the National League in innings, behind only his teammate Aaron Harang. A liner is handled by Phillips. Tough break for Mike Fontenot. Time to have a ball with our friends at the Illinois Lottery. Reds have more mascots than probably any team in baseball. They have Mr. Red. They have Rosie Red. And the newest mascot in this ballpark, Gapper. That pennant signifying their 1919 World Series championship win over the White Sox. They won 5 of the 8 played in that series. 1 ball, no strikes on Reed Johnson. It's a strike, 1-1. Cubs are off tomorrow in Houston. 3-game series there beginning Tuesday night. And the Astros have tweaked their rotation. We wondered last night if they would skip a starter to get to Roy Oswalt in that set, and they are going to do that. Mike Hampton has been pushed back, and Oswalt will face Ryan Dempster on Thursday. Boy, Oswalt last night gave up 6 runs in his outing, and he sounded like a baffled person after the game. Said he really didn't know where anything was going, didn't have good control of his fastball. Said he only threw a couple of curveballs for strikes. Been a very strange year for Roy Oswalt. He only has 2 wins.
That sounds like a bad combination when you don't know where your fastball is going. You can't throw a curveball for strikes. It's tough to win a ball game. Tell you one thing, the Astros are swinging the bats a lot better than when the Cubs saw them earlier this season. Specifically, Miguel Tejada and Hunter Pence have really heated up.
Miguel Tejada is leading the National League in hitting at .356. And Hunter Pence is right behind him, .347. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. First strikeout for Arroyo. Ted Lilly will kick off that series against right-hander Brian Moeller Tuesday night. We'll have game 2 of the series Wednesday. Carlos Zambrano and Wandy Rodriguez, who goes in at 5-5 with a .297. Z coming off his 100th career win on Friday. Switch hitting Coy Hill takes ball 1 away. Giovanni Soto with a home run last night off the foul pole and left. A day game after a night game, and Lou getting Hill back in there for the 3rd time already on this trip. Fouled off to the left, a ball and 2 strikes.
Because in my imagination, or the Sunday crowd is always the most subdued crowd of the week.
I don't think it's your imagination. Oftentimes it is, but not in this case. Yeah, everybody's pretty quiet right now as Phillips throws out Hill, and Arroyo sent down the last 5 after the home run by Terrio. 1-0 Cubs early on.
Pepsi's got another hit on their hands, and it's called Pepsi Throwback.
Pepsi! Sing about Pepsi! Talk about Pepsi! Sing about Pepsi! Shout about Pepsi!
Introducing Pepsi Throwback, made with natural sugar, only for a limited time. Sing it, baby.
Pepsi! Sing about Pepsi!
Mom, I want an allergy medicine that won't make me drowsy.
Children's Claritin Chewables?
I relieve allergy symptoms without making you drowsy. And grape tastes awesome.
It's the #1 pediatrician recommended non-drowsy brand. Let your kids live Claritin Clear.
I worried what would happen if I didn't start taking care of my heart, but I wasn't ready to give up taste. Sometimes sacrifice is the name of the game.
Well, I've heard eating whole grain oats can help lower my cholesterol. It's going to be a challenge.
Well, sure, we want to lower our cholesterol and live healthier lives. But let's be real. Being healthy is tough.
Yeah.
Honey Nut Cheerios cereal tastes great and can help lower cholesterol.
I guess I can do this.
Be happy, be healthy.
Nobody has to tell you these are tough times. That's why it's a good time to get back under the hood, to keep that car running longer, and do everything you can to make sure a small job doesn't turn into a costly one. And AutoZone is here to help every step of the way. We're the one place you'll find the expertise, tools, and advice you can trust to help you do the job right the first time. Because do it yourself doesn't mean you have to do it alone. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Let's check out who's moving forward with Toyota. Comes rookie starter Randy Wells. I think the problem is he hasn't been very good on the road. I'm kidding. A 138 at home, 189 on the road, still without a win, but maybe today's the day. That's today's Toyota moving forward thanks to Toyota. Working with a 1-0 lead as he faces first baseman Ramon Hernandez. Johnny Gomes and Alex Gonzalez also due to bat in this inning. Wells gave up a 2-out walk but no runs in the first. Hernandez with a big 2-run homer in the first inning last night off Ryan Dempster. Took him the other way. Slider missed low.
And today the beginning of the Tommy Hanson era down in Atlanta. One of the most ballyhooed prospects to come through that organization since Steve Avery. Created a lot of controversy. They did in Atlanta with the release of Tom Glavine to make room for Tommy Hanson. He'll make his major league debut today.
To make room for him, they put their first baseman Casey Kochman on the disabled list. He has a strained right calf and bruised right shin. We never did see him in that 2-game series. And Hernandez went. So Wells is back in it. It's 2-2. Manny Parra for the Brewers today against Hanson. We'll keep you posted. The Brewers are leading the division. They're 10 games over 500, including 3 over on the road. The thing Milwaukee has done, they've mopped up against their own division. They're 21-10 against the Central, and you see what that's done for the Dodgers. 25-9 against the West, and they have a 9-game lead over in the West.
That's how you get some separation between yourself and the rest of the division, by taking care of business within your own division.
There's the first Reds hit. Leadoff man on base, and it brings up Johnny Gomes, who gets the start in left. He was brought up from AAA Louisville on May 22nd. This is his third start in left. He's also made a start in right. A swinging bunt, and it's going to stay fair. Picked up by Wells. Nope, dropped by Wells. And the Reds have 2 on with nobody out. That's a base hit for Johnny Gomes.
That's a good description. A swinging bunt. You couldn't have rolled it down that third base line any better than Gomes did right here. Cued it right off the end of the bat. That ball was going to stay fair. And Randy Wells, like a lot of the other Cubs pitchers, having a little trouble getting off that mound and fielding his position. The pitchers are not immune to criticism for their defense this year. Ted Lilly's had some struggles. Ryan Dempster's had some struggles. There have been several errant pickoff throws and a lot of problems picking up bunts and slow rollers like that.
We'll see how Dusty chooses to play it here. The Cubs are guarding against the bunt, but Gonzalez is swinging away and he fouls it off. Part of the reason here, you have the 8-hitter and then the pitcher coming up in this inning, although Ryan Hannigan on deck is hitting .321. Hitting just about the same with runners in scoring position. For Alex Gonzalez, .324. Nothing in 2. One thing Randy Wells has done, he's been able to extricate himself from jams like this for the most part. The 0-2 on the way, and it's foul. Well, with all these extra innings games on this trip, part of you would say, well, it'd be nice to see Randy Wells go deep and take some pressure off the bullpen, but really that hasn't been the case. The Cubs starters have gone deep into games, and with an off day tomorrow, the bullpen is in fairly good shape. I think we tend to focus on the bullpen when it's overworked, but it really hasn't been lately, and that's because the starters have given Lou and Larry a lot of quality outings, and right now the Cubs are tied for the major league lead with 32 quality starts.
I think part of that is also due to the emergence of Angel Guzman as a real usable piece out of that bullpen. He has really stepped up his game and become a real viable option late in the ball game for Lou Piniella if Marmol would happen to need a day off.
This one cued past Wells, but he gets over to cover first, gets the throw from Lee. Nicely done. Randy Wells isn't the fastest cat on the planet, but he got off the mound quickly and took the toss from Lee, and he beat Gonzalez to the bag.
Well, Randy Wells knows what he's supposed to do. I think Randy Wells has realized very early on in his major league career that he's not the kind of pitcher that can slack off of all the other little things and just focus on his pitching. You mentioned he's been able to pitch himself out of some tough jams this year, and I think that's just because he's constantly looking forward. He doesn't worry about what's already happened, things that you can't change. Worry about what you can do right now to get yourself out of trouble, and that time he needed to get over and cover first base to get the out.
Second and third with one out. Fontenot and Lee play in. They're back up the middle. So if you're Ryan Hanigan, you're thinking either a deep fly ball or hit something up the middle.
And we've talked about Hanigan in this series. He's a contact hitter. He'll get his share of home runs by accident, but at this stage of his career, he's content to just put the ball in play, and with the Cubs playing the middle infield back, you would assume he's just trying to play pepper with one of the middle infielders.
2-0 the count, so Coy Hill will head out to the mound. Bronson Arroyo is on deck, and he's kind of the classic all or nothing hitter at the plate. He has 4 career home runs, but he is a .132 batter. Wells has his side from Hill. The kick and the pitch. Big cut by Hanigan. He missed a fastball. 2-1. A lot better with nobody on base. Bounced foul behind Hernandez. The Cubs have gone just 15-15 against their own division, and that would make sense when you look at their overall record at 27-26. The Reds are 20-15 within the division. The Cardinals 19-15. So if you're looking for some improvement, the Cubs need to play better against the National League Central. And Terrio will leap over the runner at second base and get the out at first as he jumped over Johnny Gomes. Hernandez scores, and it's 1-1 as the Reds tie it up. Hanigan gets an RBI on the ground out.
Well, this is exactly what we predicted. Hannigan was just going to put the ball in play somewhere up the middle of the field. That's a nice play by Ryan Theriot. Very nearly turned that into a very awkward double play. Gomes just getting back to the bag. Theriot has to leap over him like a double play out there at second base, but was able to get the out at first.
Two outs with Gomes still at second, and it's Bronson Arroyo. Two of his 3 hits this year have been doubles.
Well, offensively, Arroyo's been at his best when he's been able to put down sacrifice bunts, along with Javier Vasquez from Atlanta, leads the National League with 8 sack bunts.
Two swing and the miss. Second strikeout for Wells. The Reds tie it up on the Hannigan RBI. It's 1-1.
She's lollygagging and you're missing out on sweet deliciousness. Dare you pass her? What's the worst that could happen?
Did you just line jump me?
No. He's a line jumper.
Yeah, you're a line jumper.
Joshua David. Grandma?
Totally worth it. Cece's Pizza Pasta Salad and Dessert Buffet for $5 and change. Almost too good to be true.
If you're like a lot of people, you have high blood pressure and you have high cholesterol. You've taken steps to try and lower both your numbers, but how close are you to your goals? There may be more you can do. Only Catawet combines 2 proven medicines in a single pill to significantly lower high blood pressure and high cholesterol. In a clinical study of patients with slightly elevated blood pressure and cholesterol, Catawet helped 48% reach both goals in just 4 weeks.
Catawet is one of many treatment options, in addition to diet and exercise, that you can discuss with your doctor. Catawet is not for everyone. It's not for people with liver problems and women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant. To check for liver problems, you need simple blood tests. Tell your doctor about any heart problems and all other medications you are taking, or if you experience muscle pain or weakness, as they may be a sign of a rare but serious side effect.
How close are you to where you want to be? Ask your doctor if Catawet can help you go for both your goals.
Coming June 30th on Blu-ray and DVD, 12 rounds starring John Cena. For your chance to win an exclusive 12 rounds prize pack, make sure to watch WWE Superstars only on WGN America every Thursday.
Coming up this Friday, June 12th, the Cubs will host the Minnesota Twins at Wrigley Field. Game time is 1:20, but be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will get a Cubs license plate frame, compliments of Chevy. Well, Cub fans hoping their team can get out of here with a series win. It's 1-1 as we get into the third, 8-9-1 for the Northsiders. Great day to be out in the sun.
Boy, we have really been lucky here in Cincinnati. This 3-game series, we touched on it last night. Rain delays are not unusual when you come to the Queen City, but we've had glorious baseball weather for 3 straight days.
We had enough weather, enough rain Thursday night in Atlanta to last us the rest of the trip. 1 ball, no strikes on Andres Blanco. I hate to break bad on anyone in the traveling party, but Matt Boltz, the producer and engineer on Cubs radio, told us it was going to rain all weekend here in Cincinnati. So I don't know what sorts of weather maps he was looking at.
He's no Tom Skilling, that's for sure.
Base hit left field for Andres Blanco. And again, thanks to Cubs legend Ron Santo and Tom Brenneman. Now works on the Reds broadcasts here in Cincinnati. Carlos Zambrano as well for joining us on the leadoff man today. Pat Hughes joined us last night.
And Tom Brenneman touched on the rides in Harry's limo, and I think I've told the story in the past that on getaway days I used to sit for the last inning of the ball game looking over my shoulder at the door hoping that Harry would knock and say, "Hey kid, you're going with me."
And Wells swings away and shoots it past Jerry Hairston, who was about 35 feet from home plate when that pitch was delivered. A nice piece of hitting. I don't know if that was planned, but when Randy Wells saw Hairston right on top of him, he pulled it back and picks up a base hit.
Most teams give the pitcher the option. If you look up and see those corner infielders charging, the percentage is you're not going to be able to get down a successful bunt anyway. So go ahead, pull the bat back, take a little short, quick swing at the ball, and that was executed perfectly by Randy Wells. Yeah, and needless to say, Harry's ride from the ballpark to the airport was a lot more fun than the ride on the bus from the ballpark to the airport.
Oh, I can imagine. Tom Brenneman was on a few of those limo rides, but was he old enough to? I mean, he was.
He didn't look old enough.
He didn't look it.
Yeah.
On radio today with his dad, Marty. This will be no outs. Bronson Arroyo had a double play ball, and he airmailed it to Phillips. They are loaded up with nobody out. Huge break for the Cubs.
Boy, that had double play written all over it. A one-hop comebacker back to the mound, and Bronson Arroyo, rather than getting on top and making a firm, straight throw to second base, uses the same sidearm delivery he throws on 2 strike counts. Phillips was able to catch that ball and keep it out of center field, but couldn't get it out anywhere.
Well, the throw was supposed to go to Alex Gonzalez. He was ready to turn that double play, and that's why the Reds didn't get any outs, because Gonzalez's momentum took him past second base. And it was all about rhythm and timing.
Yep.
Well, here's a golden opportunity. Bases full, no outs, in a 1-1 tie. And Ryan Theriot at the plate. He homered his first time, breaking ball strike. Third error in 2 games for the Reds.
Theriot got the Cubs on the board. Second batter of the game. What a kind of a nothing fastball, belt high over the heart of the plate, and got every bit of it.
Popped foul on a play, 1-2. Kosuke watches from the on-deck circle. Reds just tied it, but the Cubs with a chance here to put up a big number against Bronson Arroyo. Cubs are trying to snap an 0 for 20 with runners in scoring position.
About the closest Bronson Arroyo comes to being predictable is the fact that he doesn't usually throw his fastball for strikes on the inside part of the plate or the inside corner. He'll throw his fastball off the plate inside to set up something away. But in this particular situation, especially with 2 strikes, he's probably going to work away from Ryan Theriot. Theriot wastes that breaking ball. It's a good emergency swing just to stay alive in the sequence. Too close to take, but not really good enough to do much with. Just got a piece of it, fouled it off, stay alive.
The key to this inning so far has been the Randy Wells base hit in a bunt situation. That set up everything. Soriano bounced back to the mound, and Arroyo blew an attempt at a 1-6-3 double play. Another 1-2. And Damian Beal rings up Ryan Theriot. That's a big strikeout for Arroyo.
Damian Beal was the umpire at second base last night that called Ryan Theriot out when he overslid the bag at second on a double steal attempt, and now rings him up on a check swing with the bases loaded. I don't think he's going to get a Christmas card from the Riot this year.
Here's Kosuke. A fly ball not deep. And it's caught, and Blanco can't even tag. 2 outs. Man, oh man. It's up to Derek Lee.
Had that fly ball to left been a little bit deeper, we may have seen a challenge of Johnny Gomes. As you mentioned, he gets very sporadic playing time in the outfield. I have a feeling that Mike Quade would have tested his arm if that ball would have been just a little bit deeper.
Here's a pitch to Lee. Off the inside corner on a fastball. Playing into what you talked about. Really throws that for a strike. Well, Derek is seeing the ball well right now, so I don't think he's going to help Arroyo in this spot. And there's that base hit. And the Cubs will get 2 to take a 3-1 lead. Second lead of the day for the Cubs. Wells in behind Blanco. Finally, they get that hit with a runner in scoring position. And Derek's hitting streak, now it's 7.
Nice piece of money hitting by Derek Lee. You don't have to hit a home run. You don't have to knock the wall down with runners in scoring position. You just have to hit the ball firmly and find a hole. That time just a hard ground ball back up the middle of the field. Just enough for the Cubs to score 2.
That 2-run single for Lee is 0 for 21. With runners in scoring position for
the Cubs were 0 for their last 21 in that spot.
With runners in scoring position prior to that 2-run single by Lee.
And the inning's not over yet. 2 on for Mike Fontenot. Foul strike. Alan Trammell talking with Andres Blanco. Robbie Scales listening in.
Well, you take every opportunity you can to teach in this game. Unfortunately, that's the nature of the game at the major league level.
Another base hit. Soriano is going to be stopped by Mike Quade. Throw cut off by Hernandez.
Well, with 2 outs, that's a ball that Soriano normally would score on. He really has a lot of trouble when he tries to break it down. It seems like once he gets moving, he runs pretty good, but stopping and starting have been a problem.
Dick Pohl, the pitching coach, out to talk things over with Arroyo. Follow your team on your iPhone and iPod Touch with MLB.com. At Bat 2009 featuring play-by-play, video highlights, and live audio broadcasts. Visit Cubs.com on your iPhone or iPod Touch to purchase. Bases loaded again, this time for Reed Johnson. Found a way to win last year, even though he had a high ERA. 15 wins, a career high for Arroyo, had an ERA of 4.77. Johnson pops it up. Hairston battling the sun a little bit, makes the catch. The Cubs leave him loaded, but Derek Lee came through in the clutch, and it's now 3-1 Cubs.
The power to make just about anything, except for excuses. The Craftsman cordless C3 line. 25 tools, 1 battery. Bring on the to-do list. Innovation, better value. Craftsman, trust in your hands.
What do we know?
38-year-old Caucasian male. This is the wife. She called it in. Doesn't sound good.
Thank goodness you're here. 1 minute he's fine, and then this.
What is it?
It's brain lock. What was he doing right before he froze?
He was trying to remember who played first base for the Red Sox in '86. It was like right on the tip of his tongue.
Bill Buckner. There you go, sir.
Right through his legs.
Right through his legs. And if it happens again, just text us at 542-542.
It's a miracle.
No, ma'am. It's KGB.
Text your question to 542-542.
See you tomorrow, Steve. Tony Stewart. Thank you, Tony.
Tony? Armor All wash, wipes, and tire shines. Go ahead, stare. And to clean your car while you shine, try Armor All Protect It.
Scott, I want you to introduce my greatest creation, the new Toasty Torpedo. It's over a foot of Quiznos flavor on Slim Sleek Ciabatta for only $4.
Only $4?
Yes, Scott. I'm waiting for it.
Quiznos. Toasty.
Cubs push across 2 in the top of the third to take a 3-1 lead as we head to the bottom half of the third inning. Reds will send up the top of the order. Jerry Hairston followed by Chris Dickerson and Brandon Phillips. Wells starts with strike 1 to the Reds leadoff hitter.
Dickerson and Phillips to follow. 1-1. In case you're wondering, the drought with runners in scoring position actually reached 22 official at bats before Derek Lee came through with that 2-run single.
Well, and you said the key hit in that inning was the one by Randy Wells in an obvious sacrifice bunt situation. I don't disagree with that as Hairston goes down on strikes. But the leadoff hit by Andres Blanco is huge too.
Yeah, no doubt. I think Hairston thought he got a piece of that and that it was foul. And Dusty's going to come out and argue a little more with Jerry Meals.
Well, they did appeal down to Damian Beal at first base, but they didn't get the answer they were looking for. It looked like Hairston was arguing that he got a piece of that ball. Maybe also arguing that ball was in the dirt to Coy Hill, but clearly Coy got his glove underneath that ball, caught it in the air, and it didn't appear there was any contact. So he's trying to keep the at-bat alive.
Yeah, he caught it, so even if there were contact, it would have been a foul tip. 1 ball, no strikes on Dickerson. 3 strikeouts for Wells. The 2-0 on the way, hit well, but on one hop right to Ryan Theriot, 2 outs.
The 2009 Chicago Cubs baseball season on WGN, your official summer baseball station, is brought to you by Bud Light. The difference is drinkability.
Cubs leading 3-1. Phillips walked his first time up. He's going to single this time. Here comes Nix for the second time. Throw to first, and Phillips back in plenty of time. Some pigeons in the way there on those guide wires.
Good seats.
I don't think they paid for them. I wouldn't want to be sitting right beneath them. Sunday cleaning.
You suddenly become the Animal Planet here. What's going on?
Knocked down by Coy Hill. Reds barely had enough time to do their laundry. Back for 3 games and then out to the road again. They're in the middle of a stretch of 13 out of 16 on the road. Floated into left. Soriano is there making the waist-high catch, and Nix is 0 for 11 in the series. The Reds strand 1. They trail the Cubs by 2.
Basically, it's about synergy. I'm good. Be honest here. Fuck it. I'm good.
My bad. I'm good. I'm the man. I'm good.
Ready? No.
Men can take anything.
I'm good.
Except the taste of Diet Cola. Until now, Pepsi Max, the first Diet Cola for men.
This is good.
Sometimes the best way to get closer is to get as far away from it all as possible. Don't let erectile dysfunction get in the way. Viagra, America's most prescribed ED treatment, can help you enjoy a more satisfying sexual experience. Ready to talk to your doctor? Find out how at Viagra.com. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Don't take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease in vision or hearing. 20 million men have had the Viagra conversation. Ask your doctor if Viagra is right for you.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced nor retransmitted in any form. and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Cub fans, don't forget to visit the WGN Sports Game Zone at WGNTV.com. Brought to you by The Great Escape for up-to-the-minute stats and info designed to give you everything you need to know during the game. The WGN Sports Game Zone is available for every Cubs game. It's brought to you by The Great Escape. Pools, patio sets, play sets, hot tubs, and more. 1-1 the count on Coy Hill. Bottom three in the order against Bronson Arroyo. In the dirt, and he'll get a new baseball. The pitch. Top foul.
Len, we've talked about this in the past. Every time a ball hits in the dirt, the umpire takes it out of play. I mean, it used to be if a ball bounced in the dirt, the hitter had to ask the umpire to check the baseball to make sure there was no scuff on it. And in those days, there were a number of pitchers in both leagues that used it to their full advantage. You haven't heard any controversies about pitchers scuffing the ball nowadays or cutting the ball or altering the baseball in any way, shape, or fashion in order to make it move more erratically, since there's a new ball in play almost every pitch. And if that ball touches the dirt, if the batter hits a ground ball, they throw a new ball into play. And those guys who used to alter the ball intentionally now can't use the excuse of the ball had been batted around on the ground or thrown in the dirt. You know, I didn't put that scuff on there. It came on that ground ball.
Right.
Well, nowadays you can't get away with that excuse because just about every ball is just thrown into play.
I think the one controversy over the past couple of years that stands out would be Kenny Rogers in the World Series with the dirt or pine tar or mud, whatever he had on his hand or thumb area. The walk to Hill, the first one of the day for Arroyo, and he's gone 1-0 on Andres Blanco, who, as Bob said, started the two-run rally in the third inning.
Might have been a cross up there. It looked like Hannigan was coming up out of his crouch to catch a fastball and had to drop back down. Tell you, it would be easy to get crossed up with Bronson Arroyo on the mound. He throws so many different pitches from so many different arm angles, and you're back there hanging down fingers, and he keeps shaking his head, no, no, no. He's not the easiest guy in the league to catch.
Coy Hill has one of the shortest leads you'll ever see. That one is cranked deep to right, but caught by Nix. Probably the best hit ball for Andres Blanco as a Cub, but it ends up being an out.
Well, I'm sure some of his teammates, maybe his hitting coach Gerald Perry, will tell him stay right there. That's the desired result. You want to see a hard hit line drive somewhere every at bat. You can't guide it once it comes off the barrel. Unfortunately, that one hit right at the right fielder. Stay right there.
Wells takes it a little bit inside. Bob, it just looks like Coy Hill could inch off first base a little bit more. Are you seeing the same thing?
Yeah, and Bronson Arroyo is not noted to have a great pickoff move at first base. I mean, yeah, Coy could probably get another 2 steps easy. I mean, he could fall down and reach first base from there. And it becomes dangerous because we know how aggressive Jerry Hairston is at third base in these bunt situations. Arroyo's a pretty good fielder as well. And if Coy doesn't get more of a lead than that, it's going to be tough to advance him on a sac bunt.
Arroyo didn't even look at second base. And Wells lays down his second sac bunt of the season. He's had a good day at the plate. A single, a run, and a sacrifice hit. Inside on Soriano.
And once again, the fastball inside off the plate. Rarely throws it for strikes where hitters can do any damage against him on that fastball.
Fonzie didn't like that call. I have thought it was a little low. 1-1. Very patriotic looking matchup. The red against the blue here in Cincinnati today. Ground ball to short. This is Alex Gonzalez. And the Cubs waste the leadoff walk by Coy Hill. It's 3-1.
Coming June 30th on Blu-ray and DVD, 12 rounds starring John Cena. For your chance to win an exclusive 12 rounds prize pack, make sure and watch WWE Superstars only on WGN America every Thursday.
Boys, I need you to start clean up here.
Oh. The Brownie Batter Blizzard at Dairy Queen. Gooey brownie batter, moist brownie pieces, and creamy DQ soft serve.
That was good. Hey, guys, you want to go to DQ? I'll buy you both a Blizzard.
Okay.
Start the car.
This is the best idea you ever had.
Yeah, I recorded a cheeseburger one for Dad.
It'll get you every time. The DQ Brownie Batter Blizzard.
I love the car. Show me the Carfax.
Car flaps. Sure.
No, Carfax. Show me the Carfax.
Car maps. Sorry. Denver, Seattle.
Stop doing that.
What?
Carfax provides a vehicle history report so you can buy a used car with more confidence. Get it free at thousands of reputable dealers. Just say, "Show me the Carfax."
Weekendville. Paybackville. Truthville. Feed your summer fun with the full, juicy flavor of Johnsonville sausage. Create your own Ville at johnsonville.com.
Time for our high-def shot of the game, sponsored by Comcast.
This place is for the birds.
Some of our feathered friends are enjoying some free baseball today. Cubs baseball in high definition, sponsored by Comcast. I'm assuming they didn't pay. Would be only an assumption on my part.
I didn't see any pigeons or doves going through the turnstiles this morning. I think they probably flew over the roof of the stadium and found those great seats down the first baseline.
Hernandez with a single and the Reds' lone run. That happened in the second. Slider for a strike from Randy Wells. As we mentioned on the pregame, Rich Harden with the stomach virus, not deemed to be too serious, so they're going to push his rehab start back a day with AAA Iowa, which then will push back his scheduled return to the Cubs rotation. They were hoping he'd be back on Friday against the Twins, but if he pitches tomorrow and all goes well with the back, he'll be back on Saturday instead.
Speaking of AAA Iowa, they won their second straight ball game last night, defeating Round Rock 3-1. Real nice outing by Mitch Atkins. Went 6 innings, gave up 7 hits, 1 run, struck out 7, didn't walk a batter. His 4th quality start of the season.
And he needed it. It's been a rough go for Mitch Atkins. ERA 7.73.
You mentioned earlier, Aaron Miles went 2 for 3, scored a run in the first game of his rehab assignment. Sam Foltz stays hot, 2 for 4 with a run scored, stole his 10th base of the season. Hit safely in 6 of his last 7.
Floater out toward right, but Andres Blanco calls it in. While we have a moment, let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN.
Out of Side Retro Night tonight, starting at 5 East, 2 West on WGN America.
Len and Bob and our WGN sports crew, headed by our producer Mark Brady, our director Skip Fillmore Ellison, and our associate producer Doug Stanton from Great American Ballpark. 1 ball, no strikes on Johnny Gomes. Home run swing, he missed it. One and two. Want to congratulate some all-stars in the Cubs chain. Florida State League, the Daytona Cubs with 3 players on their midseason all-star team. Shortstop Starlin Castro, catcher Robinson Chirinos, and right-hander Ryan Searle. And 6 Peoria Chiefs in the Midwest League making the all-star team. Josh Bitters, not a big surprise there. Third baseman having a fantastic year. Outfielders Kyler Burke, Josh Harrison. First baseman Rebel Ridling, right-hander Chris Carpenter, and lefty Ryan Buchter. Chris Archer having a good season, and he'll pitch today at Kane County. He goes in with a 1.46 earned run average. Swing and a miss. Strike 3.
Or just a textbook attack right there of Johnny Gomes by Randy Wells. Threw him a couple of high fastballs early in the sequence to speed up his bat and then put him away with an off-speed slider down low and away. As a hitter, you get a couple fastballs thrown by you, and subconsciously or consciously you tell yourself, man, he's throwing fastballs by me, I better be a little quicker, and then you become susceptible to that off-speed pitch.
Fontenot fields, and he throws out Alex Gonzalez. That's the first 1-2-3 for Randy Wells, who's getting settled in. Off to the 5th. Cubs lead by a pair.
Now Snapple's got healthy green tea, tasty black tea, real sugar. What's our slogan?
Best your stuff.
Stuffy stuff.
Good stuff for bettering stuff. Guys, the best stuff on earth just got better.
Good stuff, Greg. I'm okay with better.
We're dating.
Snapple, the best stuff on earth just got better.
Nobody has to tell you these are tough times. That's why it's a good time to get back under the hood, to keep that car running longer, and do everything you can to make sure a small job doesn't turn into a costly one. And AutoZone is here to help every step of the way. We're the one place you'll find the expertise, tools, and advice you can trust to help you do the job right the first time. Because do it yourself doesn't mean you have to do it alone. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Check.
Strength meets intelligence. The surprisingly efficient Ridgeline, built by Honda.
If you like movies, then check out Movie Underground right here every Friday night.
It's a date.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I read your column. It's great. You really know what you're talking about.
Rob, phone.
Can you take a message?
It's your girlfriend.
Coming June 30th on Blu-ray and DVD, 12 rounds starring John Cena. For your chance to win an exclusive 12 rounds prize pack, make sure and watch WWE Superstars only on WGN America every Thursday.
Now time for the 5th inning, brought to you by Subway. Hey, Chicagoland viewers, how would you like to win 5 $5 footlongs from Subway? Just be the 500th texter to text Subway to 97999. Go to WGNTV.com for complete info and rules. One pattern we have seen from this Cubs team, even though they have a 3-1 lead, you'd like to see them add on, and they've had trouble doing that, particularly without their all-star third baseman in the lineup, Aramis Ramirez. 2-0 to Terrio. Now it's 2-1. Well, last year's team had it working on all cylinders, blew out a lot of teams. Cubs weren't nearly as banged up last year as Terrio takes a walk.
Boy, and you could see it on the expression of opposing pitchers last year. There was just no breather in the Cubs lineup. Everybody swinging the bats well. Everybody putting together real quality at bats, taking the walks when that's what was called for, and put a lot of stress on opposing pitchers last year.
Pitch to Fukudome, pulled into right. Terrio able to locate it as he was on the move, and he gets back to first base.
Not sure if that was a hit and run or Ryan Terrio was straight stealing the base, and Fukudome just got a pitch he liked right there, but good to see Ryan on the move over there at first base. When your offense is not firing on all cylinders, you need to really take advantage of the guys on base that have base stealing speed. Try to get yourself into scoring position.
Biggest swing of the day, Derek Lee with a 2-run single to make it 3-1. We have a second. Happy 25th birthday wishes go out to Melissa Tudron, watching the game today. Big swing by Derek, just got a piece of it, and the catcher Hannigan. If you'd like to email the booth, it's Len and Bob at chicagonow.com. Len and Bob at chicagonow.com.
Fastball strike on the inside corner that time from Arroyo. Shook off to get to it. His catcher wanted him to throw an off-speed pitch away, a slow breaking ball. He shook off to throw the fastball inside, and for one of the very few times in this game, he actually threw it for a strike.
One-two pitch, broken bat, ground ball, not hit very hard. They'll get one. And the throw by Phillips, he didn't throw it hard. I think he knew he wasn't going to get Derek Lee. So it's a fielder's choice for Derek.
And this time Arroyo doubles up, comes back inside a second time. And may have been part of the message that Dick Pohl, their pitching coach, imparted to him when he went out to the mound in that last inning. You know, you're getting too much away from your fastball. If you throw nothing but off-speed pitches, eventually a team will, figure that out, start to drive the ball the other way, back up the middle of the field. Derek Lee's 2 RBI single came back up the middle of the field, and here in this inning, Arroyo pitching inside a lot more than he did in the first 4 innings.
to Fontenot. That pitch down in the mid-60s. Off to the left, and this will reach the seats. Bottom 4 in Atlanta. It's 2-2 Brewers and the Braves. Ryan Braun with a 2-run homer to tie it up in the 4th off Tommy Hanson, who's making his major league debut. Chipper Jones homered earlier. Solo blast off Manny Parra. So he's swinging the bat well from the right side. The Chipper's 2 for 2 with both of their RBIs. Mike able to hold up on his swing. The bottom hand came off the bat as Mike is shaking that right hand. Something we've seen from Giovanni Soto. And he doesn't look too comfortable right now.
No, he does not. Sometimes you'll get a stinger where, because of the way your arm rolls over, the nerves don't lay quite the way they're supposed to, kind of like hitting your crazy bone really bad.
Bounced right back to the pitcher. He slings it over to Hernandez, and that's the inning. Second straight inning. The Cubs have had a leadoff walk, but they do not score. Halfway home, 3-1.
Put a refreshing spin on your summer. Bud Light Lime. Superior drinkability. Ultimate refreshment. A splash of 100% natural lime flavor. One taste and you'll find the summer state of mind. Bud Light Lime.
What's that?
Aged Gouda. What do you call cheese that isn't yours?
Nacho cheese.
Let's go. I understand someone needs a daiquiri recipe.
1.5 ounce light rum, 3/4 ounce of lime juice, 1/4 ounce sugar syrup.
Next time you have a question, ma'am, just text me at 542-542.
Thanks, guys.
Text your question to 542-542.
Scott, I want you to introduce my greatest creation, the new Toasty Torpedo. It's over a foot of Quiznos flavor on Slim Sleek Ciabatta for only $4.
Only $4?
Yes, Scott. I'm waiting for it.
Quiznos. Toasty.
The power to make just about anything, except for excuses. The Craftsman cordless C3 line. 25 tools, 1 battery. Bring on the to-do list. Innovation, better value. Craftsman. Trust in your hands.
The Bud Light Concert Series is back. The Regeneration Tour starring ABC, Berlin, Wang Chung, and Cutting Crew. Friday, June 26th at the Rosemont Theater, brought to you by Bud Light. Tickets are available at Ticketmaster.com or RosemontTheater.com. The Regeneration Tour, June 26th, brought to you by Bud Light. Bud Light, the difference is drinkability.
I'm not even going to try to sing I Just Died in Your Arms Tonight by the Cutting Crew.
Thank you.
Every person watching should thank me for not singing. As Blanco will underhand and Ryan Hannigan is out. Brings up the pitcher, Arroyo. We keep saying the same things. We keep seeing the same things from Randy Wells almost every time out. Lots of poise. Makes big pitches when he has to. Helping himself today with the bat, and Bronson Arroyo doing the same. Randy just kind of waved his hand. I think he was upset with that pitch. And it's a 1-out single for Arroyo.
Just kind of a get me over slider that time. Didn't get it to the outside corner where he wanted it. It stayed over the heart of the plate. And Bronson Arroyo, as you said earlier, normally an all or nothing kind of a hitter, but was probably looking for some kind of an off-speed pitch and was able to get the barrel on it that time.
Hairston has played hot corner exclusively in this series. He can play just about anywhere. Might be the only guy in the field with the long-sleeved undershirt on this very warm day. 80 degrees in the sun when we started.
We haven't seen Jerry Hairston hit that screaming line drive foul down the third baseline yet. We talked about it in the first game of the series. That was pretty much his signature swing in his time with the Cubs. It seemed like he was 0-2 or 1-2 every at bat, and both strikes were screaming line drives foul down the third baseline. We talked about it in the opening game of the series. He's making a conscious effort to try to stay up the middle of the field a little bit more.
Terrio says, I'll take it. Investigating an interesting play in the Cardinal game today, Bob.
Okay.
Albert Pujols with a 2-run sacrifice fly. Now we know Albert is pretty good, but to pick up 2 RBIs on a sac fly. Dickerson inside outs it into left. Arroyo runs well with those long strides. He easily makes it to third. 2 in scoring position for Brandon Phillips. So the Cardinals lead 2-0 over the Rockies as they play in the second. We'll get to the bottom of it.
Nice inside out swing by Dickerson results in a double down into that left field corner. Fortunately, it was Bronson Arroyo and not one of the position players running at first base. It's like that kid that's projected to be a high draft pick next year. I think he's only 16 years old this year. Bryce Harper is his name. We read a little blurb in one of the publications that said he had scored from second base on a wild pitch 7 times. Some kind of speed. Those odd plays that doesn't happen very often usually, but a 2 RBI sac fly, that I would have to assume the outfielder possibly fell down on the warning track or something.
Yeah. Skip Schumacher and then Colby Rasmus also scored on that play. Phillips taps it foul. Didn't mean to. Cubs lead 3-1. They have led twice. Ryan Terrio with his first career road home run in the opening inning. The Reds tied it in the bottom of the second. But then Derek Lee in the third with a 2-run single. Here comes Wells on an 0-1. Phillips laid off the slider, 1-1.
Now, normally you wouldn't walk a hitter to get to a lefty, a right-handed hitter to get to a left-handed hitter, but you documented Nick's struggles in this series, and Brandon Phillips, without a doubt, the best hitter in this Reds lineup. I assume Wells is going to pitch him very carefully.
Yeah, righty lefty, I don't really care. I mean, you go with the hottest hitter right now, and Phillips is a guy you don't want to beat you in this lineup. It was a diving catch by Carlos Gonzalez on the sac fly, and Colby Rasmus with a nice piece of base running. He just kept on going from second. And Albert Pujols picking up 2 RBIs. Bouncer Fontenot gloves. Bad throw. Did he get him? He did. Derek Lee with a tag to get Phillips. And that saves Mike Fontenot and gets Randy Wells out of the inning with no runs. Whew. When Mike got there, and should have been an easy play. Derek Lee with the tag. It's still 3-1.
If you like movies, then check out Movie Underground right here every Friday night.
It's a date.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I read your column. It's great. You really know what you're talking about.
Rob, phone.
Can you take a message?
It's your girlfriend.
Pepsi's got another hit on their hands, and it's called Pepsi Throwback. Introducing Pepsi Throwback, made with natural sugar, only for a limited time. Sing it, baby.
Rush hour traffic. There is a stalled vehicle in the right lane, customer.
When you're really in pain, relief can't come fast enough. Introducing new Bayer Quick Release Crystals. Active crystals dissolve quickly on your tongue. With an extra pain-relieving booster, it's ready to go to work faster than caplets or tablets. It's a whole new way from Bayer to dissolve pain fast. New Bayer Quick Release Crystals in a bold citrus taste. Expect relief fast.
Scott, I want you to do something.
I'm not rubbing you with that chamois again.
We both enjoyed that. Now I want you to introduce my greatest creation, the new Toasty Torpedo.
The new Toasty Torpedo?
Yes, Scott. You make one.
Me?
I'm waiting for it, Scott. It's over a foot of Quiznos flavor on Slim Sleek Ciabatta for only $4. Say it, Scott.
Only $4?
Say it with passion.
Only $4?
More passion.
Only $4.
Quiznos. Toasty.
Derek Lee has seen every kind of bad throw known to man, and he knows in those situations, Bob, you get off the bag and apply the tag, and have to have a little concern about Mike Fontenot right now. He had a very routine play there.
Yeah, it was a really routine play. Once he got to it, he had to range far to his left, but once he got to the ball, he had plenty of time to make that routine throw across the diamond, but he pulled Derek off the bag. One thing that really worked in the Cubs' favor was the fact that Brandon Phillips was running about 10 feet inside the baseline down there at first, and that made the tag much easier for Derek than if Phillips had been in the running lane the last 45 feet down the line. Take another look at it. Nice play to range far to his left to get to this ball for Mike Fontenot, but once he gets there, it's a routine throw now across the diamond.
So that keeps it a 3-1 lead. It's 1-1 on Reed Johnson. Ground ball to Phillips. On Sunday, August 9th, minor league excitement returns to Wrigley Field with the second annual Road to Wrigley presented by National City, now part of PNC. Get ready for a day of fun featuring Berserk and the Wacky Superstars. Kids 14 and under will get a chance to run the bases after the game. Don't miss the action as the Iowa Cubs take on the Las Vegas 51s at Wrigley Field. Order your tickets today at Cubs.com.
Good chance for the fans to come out and play amateur scout. We've seen a number of guys come up from the I Cubs this year to fill some needs here at the major league level, and good opportunity to see what's down there in Iowa, what pieces might be available to be called up later this season.
Cubs are preparing for the first-year player draft, which comes up on Tuesday. They have the 31st pick of the first round. Tim Wilkin is the Cubs director of amateur and professional scouting. So the Cubs brass preparing, and you know, really at 31, I think Tim was quoted the other day even saying it. I mean, you go for the best player at that point. Boy, trying to project what the Cubs first round pick will be at 31 is nearly impossible.
And this year's draft, according to all reports, there's Steven Strasburg, and then there's the rest of the available players. Strasburg, without a doubt, head and shoulders above every other prospect.
Coy Hill with a rainbow into left center. Plenty of time for Gomes to get there. 2 outs. Hall of Famer Billy Williams will represent the Cubs at the draft. He's a senior advisor.
It probably shouldn't be surprising the amount of money that players are getting nowadays, leaving their amateur days behind and entering professional baseball when you consider the low percentage of players that ever make it to the big leagues. That's the nature of the beast.
Would you like to see anything tweaked in terms of the draft? I mean, the baseball draft is so different from every other major sport. Players from Japan, from Latin America, are not drafted. They're scouted and signed. Players from Puerto Rico are drafted. So there's a talk of, you know, maybe a worldwide draft.
I think that would probably be the fairer way to go. I mean, as you mentioned, a kid in North America can be drafted after his senior year of high school. You can be drafted after every year if you're in a junior college, your freshman year, your sophomore year. If you go to a 4-year school, you can't be drafted until after your junior season. And as you mentioned, some of the Latin American countries, you can sign kids when they're 16 years old, and it just seems to be a built-in inequality. And certainly teams are scouting those areas extensively. They have baseball academies in the Dominican Republic, and a lot of players coming out of Venezuela and other Latin American countries. So I think you know, maybe a uniform set of rules would be called for.
And then some would say, well, why penalize us for scouting really well? If we find the guy, we develop a relationship with him, and we sign him. We don't want to wait till the draft.
No, but I think that's led to a lot of the problems we've seen with some of the younger Latin American players that are signed and have advisors or agents, and some of the money that changes hands in those circumstances.
Nice play by Brandon Phillips as he throws out Andres Blanco. Still 3-1 Cubs.
You ever hear of a tune-up?
You ever hear of a ritual killing?
Man, love that drinkability.
Drink what?
Drinkability. It's what makes Bud Light so incredibly refreshing. It's like a wave of refreshment, gently washing over your whole body. It's getting bigger. Here comes the refreshment. That almost never happens.
Easy drinking, always refreshing. Bud Light, the difference is drinkability.
No hard feelings.
Nobody has to tell you these are tough times. That's why it's a good time to get back under the hood, to keep that car running longer, and do everything you can to make sure a small job doesn't turn into a costly one. And AutoZone is here to help every step of the way. We're the one place you'll find the expertise, tools, and advice you can trust to help you do the job right the first time. Because do it yourself doesn't mean you have to do it alone. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
See you tomorrow, Steve.
Tony Stewart. Thank you, Tony.
Tony? Armor All wash, wipes, and tire shines. Go ahead, stare. And to clean your car while you shine, try Armor All Protect It.
There is no one more intense than Batista.
WWE superstars expect everything.
Time now to look at today's AM/PM player of the game. As has been the case quite often lately, it's the starting pitcher. Randy Wells has made some of the biggest pitches of the game when he's needed them the most. Has had everything working for him in the early going, and the offense has actually scored 3 runs for him. Once again, our AM/PM player of the game, Randy Wells. Too much good stuff.
It's a middle of the order for the Reds, starting with Lance Nix outside, ball 1. Next time you send your fan letters to Manny Ramirez, you'll have to use a new zip code. Dodger Stadium has its own zip code now, 90090. So I know you're just used to 90012.
Yeah, all the letters I send to the Dodgers.
Soriano drifting and catching. A tough game. Lance Nix had hit 3 homers in the 2 games preceding this series, and he's gone 0 for 12 this weekend.
Sometimes the worst thing you can do is have a hot series right before you play a team, because they're going to look at the pitches that you hit out of the ballpark. What has it been that Lance Nix has done well in his hot streak, and let's not throw the ball there to it.
He's been nixed.
Yeah, like it. I mean, if you come into a series 0 for your last 25, they're going to blow right by you in the advance meeting. Just throw it over the plate. He'll get himself out. If you've hit 2 home runs in your last 3 games, you're going to look at the videotape. What did he hit? Where did he hit it? What was the count? Try to attack him a little differently.
Moved his hands, 2-1. Fourth major league team for Ramon Hernandez, 2003 All-Star. Been an Athletic, a Padre, an Oriole, and now a Red.
I'll tell you what, he's really increased his value this year. His play down at first base in the absence of Joey Votto. He's always been a solid defensive catcher and get his share of hits, but his ability to go down there and not only play first base, but play a real good defensive first base has really opened a lot of eyes this year.
He's a guy in a good year. He'll hit 18 to 20 homers, career high of 23 back in 2006, and 15 last year with the Orioles. And he skies one to right. This will be Kosuke Fukudome for out number 2. Tom Glavine saga continues. There's a report he may file a grievance against the Braves, who released him while we were in Atlanta earlier this week, as Glavine was getting set to come back from his rehab assignment. And it's just too bad. Gomes flies out, and Wells through 6 with a 3-1 lead.
Chicago Cubs baseball is brought to you by Pepsi. Refresh everything. Visit refresheverything.com.
Pepsi's got another hit on their hands, and it's called Pepsi Throwback. Introducing Pepsi Throwback, made with natural sugar, only for a limited time. Sing it, baby.
She's lollygagging and you're missing out on sweet deliciousness. Dare you pass her? What's the worst that could happen?
Did you just line jump me?
No. He's a line jumper.
Yeah, you're a line jumper.
Joshua David. Grandma?
Totally worth it. Cece's Pizza Pasta Salad and Dessert Buffet for $5 and change. Almost too good to be true.
So you've been doing a nice job out there helping people save money on car insurance.
Oh, thank you, sir.
But I think there are a few other things you can say about what a reliable company Geico is.
Right. Well, maybe our Geico's the third largest car insurance company in America. Nice tidbit there.
Exactly. And I've been thinking, looking a bit more businesslike might help too.
Oh, my. No, it's... What's the word?
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Time for today's Bud Light Fan Cam, a band we heard Thursday night here in Cincinnati. Huge Cub fans. This is Painkiller Hotel with So Far Away.
I couldn't catch my breath. You swept me off my feet. You know the
Randy Wells, a ground ball to Brandon Phillips. And a quick first out. Some more of Painkiller Hotel.
Dance doesn't quite fit the music, but that's all right.
That's today's Bud Light Fan Cam with just the right taste that never fills you up. The difference is drinkability. That was not the name of our hotel here in Cincinnati.
No.
But when you played, you might have stayed there a few times. The Painkiller Hotel.
There were times I wish we were staying at the Painkiller Hotel. Might have been able to get some sleep. Those foul balls off the toes tend to keep you up at night.
On the count on Soriano. Came in with a very deceiving 5-game hitting streak, during which he has hit just .217. Got a high breaker and fouled it back. 2-2. She got those earrings from Del Griffith, shower curtain ring salesman. That's caught by Nix. Two down for Terrio. Arroyo finding a way. He's down 3-1, but he's kept his team in it. The The last base runner for the Cubs was the last time through the order when Terrio walked in the 5th inning. Dickerson's going to have some room. They will get up and stretch in Cincinnati. Bottom of the 7th, bottom of their order against Randy Wells.
If you like movies, then check out Movie Underground right here every Friday night.
It's a date.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I read your column. It's great. You really know what you're talking about.
Rob, phone.
Can you take a message?
It's your girlfriend.
Check.
Strength meets intelligence. The surprisingly efficient Ridgeline, built by Honda.
Your pet makes lots of friends, but there's one little friend you don't want him to meet, the flea. Just one in your home can turn into thousands fast, infesting carpets, furniture, even your bed. To stop an infestation, ask for Frontline Plus. It quickly kills fleas, their eggs, and larvae, even ticks. It's waterproof, and one dose lasts all month long. Fleas are nobody's friends. Ask for the vet's #1 choice for dogs and cats, Frontline Plus.
Scott, I want you to introduce my greatest creation, the new Toasty Torpedo. It's over a foot of Quiznos flavor on Slim Sleek ciabatta for only $4.
Only $4?
Yes, Scott. I'm waiting for it.
Quiznos. Toasty.
Painting will never be the same. Wagner brings you the only power painter with Optimus dual tip technology. With a more refined spray pattern here, Wagner's dual tip design delivers better paint coverage here, superior control here, and a beautiful finish here. All of which adds more to life out here. The new Optimus Power Painter with dual tip technology. Only from Wagner. The finish you want. The value you're looking for.
Let's check in on today's Honda Accord game summary. Visit your Honda dealer and test drive a 2009 Honda Accord. Derek Lee with a big 2-run single as he continues his hot streak at the plate. Just the second Cubs hit with a runner in scoring position in this series. Bronson Arroyo with just over 100 pitches. And Randy Wells still trying to get that first big league win. He has a 3-1 lead as he'll start the bottom of the 7th. Get a look at the Ohio River and across the way, the state of Kentucky.
And I was over there across the bridge, and the grass really isn't blue in Kentucky. That's all a myth.
I have been corrected. The Commonwealth of Kentucky.
There you go.
Is across the river. Boy, tough crowd. The producer of Cubs baseball on WGN Sports, Mark Brady. Our director, Skip Ellison. Doug Stanton, our associate producer. The executive producer of WGN Sports, Bob Vorwald. Thanks as well to technical director Chuck Jackson, Janet Hanneberg, our stage manager in the booth, our studio coordinator back at WGN, Joe Pizzo, and of course our entire WGN crew here in Cincinnati. Great to see our Cincinnati friends for the first time in 2009. One strike to Alex Gonzalez. I don't see any action in the Cubs pen. Randy Wells making his 80th pitch as Gonzalez, I think, closed his eyes to get out of the way. Didn't mean to, and he grounds out.
I was just thinking the same thing about the bullpen, Len. As good an outing as this has been from Randy Wells, once again, you do not want to allow it to slip away. Boy, got right in on the fist of Gonzalez. A little dribbler to the left side of the infield. That's an easy out. I thought we might see Angel Guzman, perhaps Jason Waddell, just playing a little catch down there in case. And maybe if the Reds do get a runner on base, we'll see some activity. But right now, Just starting to stir around a little bit. Looks like Aaron Heilman judging from the Sox.
Yeah, and I think also Jason Waddell, a lefty, just grabbed the ball as well. One strike on Ryan Hannigan. Jay Bruce has jumped into the on-deck circle for the pitcher Arroyo. Inside on a tailing fastball, 2-1 the count. Hannigan with an RBI on a ground out in the second inning. And a base hit to right. Kosuke comes over to cut it off. Hannigan taking a look at it. He's going to hold with a single, and Kosuke, as always, gets rid of it quickly. And the Reds fan saying bruise for Jay Bruce. Either that or Bruce Fremming's walking around the ballpark.
Nice job by Kosuke, hustling over in that right field corner, cutting that ball off before it had a chance to get to the wall, spins and throws back to the infield. If you're a base runner, you can't help but respect that throw back to the infield. You don't know whether it's going to be on line or not, but you cannot afford to take that chance.
Bronson Arroyo gave up 3 runs, only 1 was earned. Remember his throwing error. Another huge play in this game. Looked like he was ready to turn a double play on a ball hit by Alfonso Soriano. They didn't get any outs on that play. Jay Bruce has been in a slump, but he's taken a lot of pitches in this series, and he's walked 4 times. The kick and the 1-1 out into left center. This is going to split the gap. It's cut off by Soriano. Little bit of a bobble, and they did not get Bruce. He barely got in. Second and third with only 1 out. That's a big extra base for Jay Bruce, because now the tying runs are both in scoring position and they stay out of the double play.
And just the slightest of slips out there by Soriano. Got to the ball in good shape right there, lost his footing momentarily, and that gave Jay Bruce just enough room to get in under the tag.
It's a double for Bruce in the pinch, and now they're going to buy some time for the bullpen as Sherry Hairston is the scheduled hitter. And Bob, it's one thing about, trying to preserve the chance for a win for Randy Wells, but I think the other part of it for Lou is who's the best pitcher right now, and I think Randy Wells is the guy. Still hasn't reached 90 pitches. I think part of Lou is saying, you know what, the bullpen has blown a couple of his leads. We're going to let him dictate things here in this inning. This might be his last batter with the lefty Dickerson on deck.
Certainly that's one way to look at it. The other way to look at it is this is the 4th time through the lineup.
Yep.
The Reds have had plenty of looks at Randy Wells, and if they're going to figure him out, you'd figure it would be this time through the lineup.
The 0-1. Good block by Hill.
And I think Randy Wells has earned this opportunity to pitch himself out of the jam. We've talked about it all day. He's shown an amazing ability to do just that.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to look at it. He has earned that right to at least pitch to Hairston here and see if he can get halfway to getting out of the inning. Two and 1. Well, the Cubs will give up that second run. The infield back. Outfield's not playing shallow either. The key guy is at second, Jay Bruce. A fly ball to right. It's going to be deep enough to get Hannigan in, as Kosuke is probably thinking third. No, he's going to throw to the plate. And it bounces past, and Bruce is going to hold up as that ball rattled around behind home plate. A little surprised Kosuke even tried it, but we know he has an excellent arm, and it's a sac fly. For Hairston, it's 3-2, and that will be it for Wells.
If that throws a little bit lower, or Coy Hill gets a better hop, they may have a chance for a play at the plate here. Kosuke overthrows everybody. A tough short hop for Coy Hill to handle. The ball got by, but fortunately Randy Wells right there back in the play up.
Well, and Kosuke also thinking it's the catcher, Hannigan, at third. That's it for Randy Wells. 2 outs in the 7th, and another rookie coming on, Jason Waddell. And we'll be back to Cincinnati in a moment.
The power to make just about anything, except for excuses. The Craftsman cordless C3 line. 25 tools, 1 battery. Bring on the to-do list. Innovation, better value. Craftsman. Trust in your hands.
What do we know?
38-year-old Caucasian male. This is the wife. She called it in. Doesn't sound good.
Thank goodness you're here. 1 minute he's fine, and then this.
What is it?
It's brain lock. What was he doing right before he froze? He was trying to remember who played first base for the Red Sox in '86. It was like right on the tip of his tongue.
Bill Buckner. There you go, sir.
Right through his legs.
Right through his legs. And if it happens again, just text us at 542-542.
It's a miracle. No, ma'am. It's KGB.
Text your question to 542-542.
WWE Superstars.
The unbelievable high-flying Rey Mysterio. How does he do it? Heart and guts of a champion. Biggest little man in the history of the WWE.
I may always be an underdog, but please believe I'm nobody's victim.
When it comes to Mysterio, you gotta believe.
WWE Superstars. Expect everything.
Well, you'd like to say Randy Wells is just going to sit back and relax, but he hasn't been able to do that. And a little fire from the right-hander. He exits with a 3-2 lead. And Jason Waddell will make just his 2nd Major League appearance. His debut was last Sunday against the Dodgers, a scoreless inning, 2 strikeouts, 1 hit. And Jason told me earlier this week he needed to go back and watch the tape because he didn't remember anything about it. So he got that one out of the way. A fastball, slider, and a changeup from Jason Waddell.
Lou making the percentage move here. Chris Dickerson at the plate, a 1-for-10 hitter against left-handed pitching this year, hitting .255 against righties, but only .100 against lefties.
Runner at third. And the breaking ball is low outside. Jay Bruce is that runner at third. Yeah, let's get a win for Wells. That's the goal. That's a strike. The kick and the 1-1. Well, he can't get him to go after that breaking ball. 2-1. Jason has a birthday coming up. He turns 28 in 4 days. Born in Huntington Beach, California. 6'2", 199 pounds. Cubs signed him as a minor league free agent last November. Eighth round pick of the Giants in 2001. Two and two now.
Big sweeping breaking ball that time from Jason Waddell. That ball started right at the right hip of Chris Dickerson. Breaks all the way across the plate near the outside corner for a called strike.
Here's the 2-2. Sweeping sliders outside. Full count. Brandon Phillips next. And this will be Jason's only batter. Either he gets Dickerson or Lou goes to the pen again with the righty Phillips coming up. The payoff pitch. Tapped. Waddell picks it up. Throw to first. Got him. So Waddell gets the job done. Randy Wells applauding. Randy Wells gave up a run in the 7th, but the Cubs maintaining their 3-2 lead.
I hear what you're saying. I just don't do commercials. It's not my thing.
Conan, this is different. It's a ton of money, and it's only going to be seen in Sweden.
Only in Sweden?
All the Hollywood guys do this.
This one commercial couldn't hurt.
That wasn't me.
Hey, Conan! Vroom, vroom, body starter!
Party starter.
Feeling back pain? Dr. Scholl's back pain relief orthotics with shock guard technology give you immediate relief that lasts all day long. Dr. Scholl's pain relief is a step away.
It was Chuck Norris, you fool.
It was Bruce Lee, you old goat.
It was Norris.
Lee snapped his arm.
I'll snap your arm.
Hey, didn't Bruce Lee kill Chuck Norris in The Way of the Dragon?
Yep.
Bruce Lee killed Chuck Norris. It was Bruce Lee.
Text your question to 542-542.
WWE Superstars.
My name is Montel Vontavious Porter. With MVPs in the ring, it can only mean one thing. Big things popping, little things stopping. Straight up. Tall and half man, half amazing. The cornrow wearing, jaw dropping, bottle popping, modern day Mac. MVP.
On WWE Superstars, expect everything.
Like I'm shooting a freak.
Left-hander Jason Waddell able to get out of the inning unscathed. Got that little tapper back to the mound. Randy Wells with an opportunity to pick up that first victory. Dickerson with good speed just chopped it out in front. The lefty called off his catcher, made the play. And Randy Wells likes it.
Chatting with Ted Lilly. Another fantastic outing by Randy Wells. His ERA actually went up. He gave up 2 runs at 6 2/3, and it's now 186 on the season. Veteran left-hander Arthur Rhodes has given up just 9 hits and no homers in 19 innings of work. His first pitch to Kosuke Fukudome is hit on the ground to Alex Gonzalez, who gives a 360 and throws out Kosuke. So it sets up for the Cubs for Marmol in the 8th and Gregg in the 9th.
For Marmol, it will be his 30th appearance of the season, which ties him for 2nd in the National League, depending on what happened to number 1 and number 2 today. But a lot of work for Carlos Marmol, but with the off day tomorrow, it's all hands on deck today.
That's foul. Need longer arms over there. There you go. game in Atlanta is blown up. 7-5 Milwaukee. They just got 4 in the top of the 6th. Ryan Braun and Chipper Jones each with 2 home runs today for their respective teams, and Mike Cameron has gone deep as well. That is fair. Backhanded by Hairston. And the throw is off to the left, and it goes into the camera well, and that'll be the 3rd error on Hairston the last 2 days. He got to the ball in time, but couldn't make an accurate throw.
Backhander right over the bag, takes him into foul territory, sets his feet. Everything looked good at that point, but his throw tailed back up the first baseline. Ramon Hernandez just couldn't stretch out there far enough. Derek Lee in scoring position.
It is an error on Hairston. Looking for an add-on run. Fontenot at the dish. 1 for 3 on the day. Half swing cost him strike 1. A tough major league debut for Tommy Hanson. In Atlanta, 7 runs allowed, 6 were earned in 6 innings. Gave up 3 home runs.
Somewhere, Tom Glavine is smiling.
Yeah, that became an icky situation.
Yeah, it sure did.
No matter who's to blame, there might be blame to go all around. I hate to see a guy's career end that way in Atlanta, where he had pitched for so long. Rhodes coming back on a 1-2. Fastball just outside. Career appearance 738 for Arthur Rhodes, grabbing 62nd place all to himself on the all-time list, passing Ron Peranowski. Well, I'd like to sit in a room with Arthur Rhodes and David Weathers. Just let them share some stories. Over 1,600 combined career appearances.
Oh, the pitches that they have thrown. And Rhodes appears to be in possibly the best physical condition that he's been in a long time. Really looks good.
Called strike 3. Fastball painted on the outside corner. While we have a moment, let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN.
WWE Superstars, Thursday at 8 East 8 West on WGN America.
Pitcher and catcher discussing things with Reed Johnson coming up. Runner at second is Derek Lee. He's there because of an error by Jerry Hairston Jr. And Rhodes will not get a chance to face Johnson, it appears, as Dusty Baker is coming out. Although Dusty has not grabbed the ball, right now his hands on his hips. And there's nobody warming up in the pen, so this is not a pitching change.
I would assume this is a conversation as to whether they just want to go ahead and walk Reed Johnson, set up a potential force play anywhere on the infield, and then go after Coy Hill, or do you want to go after Reed Johnson carefully in this at bat?
Strike one. Bouncer past Rhodes, but right to Phillips. That will do it. Arthur Rhodes with a scoreless 8th. Phillips will lead off the bottom of the 8th against Carlos Marmol. 3-2 Cubs.
Coming June 30th on Blu-ray and DVD, 12 rounds starring John Cena. For your chance to win an exclusive 12 rounds prize pack, make sure to watch WWE Superstars only on WGN America every Thursday.
Boys, I need you to start clean up here.
Oh. The Brownie Batter Blizzard at Dairy Queen. Gooey brownie batter, moist brownie pieces, and creamy DQ soft serve.
That looks good. Hey, guys, you want to go to DQ? I'll buy you both a Blizzard.
Okay.
Start the car.
This is the best idea you ever had.
Yeah, I recorded a cheeseburger one for Dad.
It'll get you every time. The DQ Brownie Batter Blizzard.
See you tomorrow, Steve.
Tony Stewart. Thank you, Tony.
Tony? Armor All wash, wipes, and tire shines. Go ahead, stare. And to clean your car while you shine, try Armor All Protect It.
The power to make just about anything, except for excuses. The Craftsman cordless C3 line. 25 tools, 1 battery. Bring on the to-do list. Innovation, better value. Craftsman, trust in your hands.
Really chopping on that gum. Maybe his fingernails too. It's been that kind of trip. Every game has been decided by 1 run, and 3 of the 4 have gone to extras. Here's Carlos Marmol.
How about a shutdown day out of the bullpen? Jason Waddell did his job, came in and got the left-hander Chris Dickerson to tap back to the mound to preserve the lead for Randy Wells. A couple of 1, 2, 3 innings and get on the plane.
Tough part of the order here, starting with Phillips. Marmol, a 1-2-3 8th inning last night. That was in a tie game. Phillips acted like that pitch was going to hit him, and it dipped into the strike zone. Now, he can argue all he wants with Jerry Meals, but Bob, he didn't see where the ball landed. I mean, he's turning away from the plate.
Just fooled badly there, expecting a first pitch fastball from Marmol. He saw that slider coming right at him, and he was evacuating the area.
Got another one. That one didn't break quite as much. 1-1.
Phillips has been down this road against Marmol before. 5 strikeouts in 14 at bats, only 1 base hit.
The pitch, swing and a miss. That was a fastball. Marmol has his side from Coy Hill. Here he comes. Fouled off. Phillips trying to get a better look at Carlos. I think everybody in the traveling party has aged quite a bit on this trip. It has not been easy. 1-2 is high. A win today would make it a 3-2 start. Well, the off day tomorrow, and then the 3-gamer in Houston starting Tuesday. And Phillips walks to start the inning. The closer, Kevin Gray, is getting ready, which, Bob, would lead you to believe that with the off day tomorrow, the Cubs would consider using Greg for more than an inning if Carlos has some more trouble here in this 8th. Inside on Nix. Cubs want 2 up the middle. Fontenot in at third. That's high, 2-0. Larry Rothschild coming out along with Coy Hill to talk to Marmol.
And there's no doubt Carlos Marmol's best pitch when he's throwing it around the strike zone is that nasty slider. For a left-handed batter, however, that's a pitch that's going to end up down and in, and that's usually a left-handed hitter's happy zone. If he starts it on the inside part of the plate and breaks it off the plate inside, he might get some swings and misses. But if he throws it from the outside part of the plate to the inside part of the plate, watch out.
Cordero, the closer, up with screwball specialist Daniel Ray Herrera. So you have to say specialist. You can't just say screwball.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be fair to the pitcher. That's what he throws. The 2-0. Off the inside corner. And now the problem is when Marmol's going to throw a borderline pitch, it's tough to get that call. Ball 4. We have not seen Angel Guzman get up yet, which would tell you either he's not available or the Cubs are saving him for later, but I don't know why he would save him. So Guzman, who worked last night, the night before last, actually he's worked all the games on this trip, 4 out of 5 days. So it looks like they're trying to stay away from the hard-throwing righty. And it will be Aaron Heilman for Marmol. 2 on, no outs. Cubs 3, Reds 2 in the bottom of the 8th.
You do get a hint of drinkability right away.
Does my pen have writability?
Come on, people. We gotta focus. We're not leaving until we met our budget. We need ideas.
We could cut back on marketing.
We could eliminate bonuses. How about we stop buying Bud Light for every meeting?
It's the only beer with just the right taste. Bud Light. The difference is drinkability.
It was a joke!
This summer, team up with WGN America and Six Flags, the official theme park of the Chicago Cubs, for WGN America's Six Flags Summer Six-Pack Sweepstakes. Just log on to WGNAmerica.com for your chance to win 6 tickets to any Six Flags park nationwide. That's right, win 6 tickets and an exclusive VIP experience to any Six Flags park. Hurry and log on to WGNAmerica.com for your chance to win today. One lucky winner will win every week from now through Labor Day.
What's this? Oh, come on. The dog is watching. Come on. What are you doing? What is that, Dirty Dancing? Uh-huh. Yeah. And now where you got the girl by the neck. Whoa, dipped her. Whoa. Dips. Dips.
Carlos Marmol with a bad performance today. He walked the first two guys in the 8th inning, and Lou taking him out for Aaron Heilman. It's just been one of those years he has not been able to get on top of his mechanics and his command.
And as you mentioned, with the emergence of Angel Guzman as a viable option late in the ball game, it wouldn't surprise me a bit to maybe see some change in roles down there in the bullpen late in the game, at least for a little while, to give Marmol an opportunity to get his mechanics ironed out, get back in the strike zone, maybe pitch in some less stressful situations.
Tough spot for Heilman. Ramon Hernandez showing bunt, and he takes a strike. Gets the bunt down. Throw goes to third. Safe. He beat it without a slide. They're loaded, and here comes Lou, and he looks angry. To sacrifice fielder's choice. That's as quickly as we've seen Lou get out of the dugout all year, as he goes at it with Dale Scott.
He's not going to give this one up easily. Heilman gets off the mound in good shape. That ball popped to the third base side, spins and throws. Oh, man, I would tend to agree with Lou on that one. That time Fontenot reads the play perfectly, gets back to the bag, stretches out like a first baseman. Not sure why Brandon Phillips is not sliding into third base right there, but
I think he's out.
Yeah,
but it took us about 3 or 4 looks to make that determination. Well, the bottom line, Bob, it can't be that close. You got to get an out on that play somewhere, and here's Johnny Gomes. Again, the Cubs will try to turn 2. The Reds can tie it up on a double play ball. But if you're the Cubs, you're trying to just hang in there now. Forget about the tie. You don't want the Reds to take the lead. Johnson's going back, so Phillips will easily score to tie it up. Also on the play, Nix moves up to third, and Hernandez tagging from first as well. So the double play not in order. Everybody advanced to base. It's a 3-3 tie, and Randy Wells with another no decision.
Well, that's a bad mistake by Reed Johnson there. He was backpedaling in deep center field. He's got no chance to throw that guy out at third base. Your best option is to throw to second, keep the double play in order, and possibly get out of the inning with a 3-3 tie. But Reed lines it up, makes the long throw to third base, and that allowed Hernandez to tag and easily advance into scoring position, taking away any chance of a ground ball double play.
They will walk Gonzalez intentionally to load him up and create a force at any base and go after Ryan Hanigan instead. It's 3-3 in the 8th. While they walk Gonzalez, I addressed this on our baseball blog. Carlos Marmol charged with that run, but Aaron Heilman will be charged with a blown save. The reason is the guy on the mound when that tying run scores is charged with the blown save because it's his save opportunity. Doesn't have to be your run to blow the save.
You know, we well documented the physical mistakes that the Cubs have made recently. The mental mistakes are what really kills you, and that was just a horrible mental mistake on the part of Reed Johnson to throw to third base in that situation.
Here's a pitch to Hanigan off the plate inside, and Aaron, who has struggled with his command at times this year, has to throw a strike in this situation. Nowhere to put Ryan Hanigan. Nix at third, Hernandez at second, Gonzalez at first. The 1-0, swing and a miss. No hits in the inning, believe it or not. 3 walks, 2 sacrifices. Slider low and away, 2-1. Steps out with Heilman taking his time getting the sign from Hill. Came back up and hit the batter. It's foul. Willie Taveras, looking to make his first appearance in the series, is on deck.
I tell you, Len, this has been a pet peeve of mine ever since I've come here to Chicago and watched the Cubs on a daily basis. Coy Hill using first sign with Aaron Heilman with the runner at second base. And that time Aaron Heilman shook off fastball, shook off slider, and Coy Hill just gave the signal for a changeup. One sign with a runner at second base who happens to be a catcher. That's inexcusable.
2-2, swing and a miss. Huge strikeout for Heilman. A chance to get out of it here with a tie game as he faces Willie Taveras.
Good location on that fastball up above the letters. Hanigan, normally a real good contact hitter, just got overpowered by that fastball.
Taveras has been slowed by a tight hamstring and missed 7 of the last 8 games. called strike. 1-1 on Taveras. Signed a 2-year contract as a free agent over the winter. Former Astro and Rocky. One and two.
Allen missed a spot badly that time, but still throws it over the outside corner of the plate, even though Coy Hill had set up inside. That looked like a pretty good pitch.
The 1-2 from Heilman. Bounced back to the mound. He tosses to Lee, and we'll go to the ninth. As the Reds do tie it up, but Heilman gets out of a major jam. It's 3-3.
You can spike one. You can ride one. You can catch one. But it's still not summer until you open one. Bud Light Lime. Superior drinkability. Ultimate refreshment. A splash of 100% natural lime flavor. One taste and you'll find the summer state of mind. Bud Light Lime.
Scott, I want you to introduce my greatest creation, the new Toasty Torpedo. It's over a foot of Quiznos flavor on Slim Sleek ciabatta for only $4.
Only $4?
Yes, Scott. I'm waiting for it. Quiznos. Toasty.
Do you like this top? It's so gay. Really? Yeah, it's totally gay.
You know, you really shouldn't say that.
Say what?
Well, say that something's gay when you mean it's bad. It's insulting. What if every time something was bad, everybody said, "Oh, that's so girl wearing a skirt as a top"?
Oh, you are.
Those are cute jeans, though. When you say that's so gay, do you realize what you say? Knock it off.
If you like movies, then check out Movie Underground right here every Friday night.
It's a date.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I read your column. It's great. You really know what you're talking about.
Rob, phone.
Can you take a message?
It's your girlfriend.
It's 3-3. Another tight ball game here today. The Reds tied it without a hit. Well, we've been on the edge of our seat the entire week. Milton Bradley's going to pinch hit to start this ninth. Lefty Daniel Ray Herrera is now on to pitch. Nix moves from right to left. Dickerson from center to right, and Taveras comes into play center. So Johnny Gomes is out. Ball one low. We saw Milton pinch hit last night. He grounded out. Been bothered by a strained right calf. Two and 0 the count. He was injured on Tuesday night in Atlanta, trying to leg out a ground ball. 3 and 0. Bradley is batting for Coy Hill. Strike one. 3 and 1. Who's going to pinch run for him? That's the question. I think the Blackhawks just scored another goal. Didn't know they were still playing. 2-2 pitch. Bounced to third, but it's foul.
Well, depending on what precedes that 9 spot in the lineup, you would have to assume that Giovanni Soto would be the pinch hitter. Maybe not, because Soto's going to have to come into the game for Coy Hill defensively behind the plate.
Another 3-2, and it's hammered foul.
This is definitely the side of the plate you'd prefer to have Milton Bradley hit from. A 303 hitter as a righty, 186 as a lefty.
Leadoff walk. Bobby Scales will be the runner.
Mike Quaddy called Andres Blanco down that third baseline, whispered some sweet nothings into his ear. You would assume a sac bunt here. We'll see how the Cubs play it.
Toss to first. Scales with a short lead. And the bunt by Blanco from the right side of the plate, moving the runner into scoring position.
Very nice. Mentioned it last night. Ivan DeJesus had several of the Cubs out on the field in Atlanta, the last game of the series when we got rained out. So the day wasn't a total waste, and Andres Blanco able to advance Bobby Scales into scoring position with a perfectly executed sac bunt.
Giovanni Soto due up, batting for Aaron Heilman. And David Weathers coming on for the Reds. Go ahead run at second base. 1 out in the ninth. 3-3.
Where do you live?
In the city.
Do you have a house?
Apartment.
Own or rent?
Rent.
What do you do for a living?
Lots of things.
Where's your office?
I don't have one.
How come?
I don't need one.
Where's your wife?
Don't have one.
How come?
It's a long story.
Do you have kids?
No, I don't.
How come?
It's an even longer story.
Are you my dad's brother?
What's your record for consecutive questions asked?
38.
I'm your dad's brother, all right.
You have much more hair on your nose than my dad.
How nice of you to notice.
I'm a kid. That's my job.
Coming June 30th on Blu-ray and DVD.
This one's called 12 Rounds.
Starring John Cena. For your chance to win an exclusive 12 rounds prize pack, make sure and watch WWE Superstars only on WGN America every Thursday.
David Weathers gave up the tying run last night in the 8th inning. He comes into a 3-3 tie today.
Solid numbers for the veteran right-hander, sinker, slider pitcher. He has walked more guys this year than he normally does. Giovanni Soto 1 for 4 lifetime against the Reds right-hander. You see Bobby Scales standing there looking out into the outfield. That's something that every runner ought to do at second base. Check the positioning of those outfielders. Not only where are they playing, but are they deep? Are they shallow? Might give you an extra step around third base, possibly scoring on a base hit.
Cubs with more chances today than the Reds. 2 for 9 with men in scoring position after an 0 for 17 start in the first 2 games. A strike on Soto. Pinch hits for the pitcher. Weathers with an 0-1, swing and a miss. Weathers has a sign. Here he comes, just off the plate on a slider. Tough take. 1-2. Another close one. Goes Gio's way. 2-2. Short. Scales on his way to third. He'll get there no problem, but now there are 2 outs as Soto's gunned down by Gonzalez. It's up to Soriano. Weathers struck him out last night. Inning in a 3-3 tie.
Throws the first slider right on the outside corner, and more than likely will now really try to expand that strike zone. That's been David Weathers' MO ever since he's been to the big leagues. It is a little further off the outside corner. Fonzie not biting that time.
As hard as you'll see David Weathers throw at this point in his career, 90. 2-1.
Yeah, he's all about location, working that outside corner with that comeback fastball and the slider, both moving in opposite directions. Rarely comes inside.
$32,629, and they're into it. They were quiet early on in the game as Brunch settled in. 2-2 from Weathers. Ooh, off the end of the bat. Soriano just staying alive.
That slider is over in the left-hand batter's box. Fonzie hits it right off the very end of that 35-inch bat, just able to get a piece of it.
Another 2-2 and another foul.
Boy, that time a rare non-breaking slider from David Weathers. That one just kind of spun up there, stayed right on the outside corner. You could see Hannigan was way over in that batter's box, had to reach back toward the outside corner. That pitch never took the break.
The Cubs have not scored since the third inning. They got a 2-run go-ahead single from Derek Lee.
Got another hanger that time.
They've scored 1 earned run in the series against the Reds' pen. And Soriano hanging in. Terrio on deck. 2-2 with 2 outs. And Bobby Scales at third base. Struck him out on a fastball at 91. A little extra mustard from Weathers to get this game to the bottom of the ninth. Still deadlocked.
If you like movies, then check out Movie Underground right here every Friday night.
It's a date.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I read your column. It's great. You really know what you're talking about.
Rob, phone.
Can you take a message?
It's your girlfriend.
It's a great car. Show me the Carfax.
I'll give you $500 off.
Great. Show me the Carfax.
I'll throw in the oil changes.
How about you show me the Carfax?
Is there anything I can do to put you in this car today?
Okay, just show me the Carfax.
Anything else?
Carfax provides a vehicle history report so you can buy a used car with more confidence. Get it free at thousands of reputable dealers. Just say, show me the Carfax.
Now Snapple's got healthy green tea, tasty black tea, real sugar. What's our slogan?
Best your stuff. Stuffy stuff.
Good stuff for bettering stuff.
Guys, the best stuff on earth just got better.
Good stuff, Greg. I'm okay with Greg.
We're dating.
Snapple, the best stuff on earth just got better. Weekendville. Paybackville. Truthville. Feed your summer fun with the full, juicy flavor of Johnsonville sausage. Create your own Ville at johnsonville.com.
Pretty powerful stuff.
Wow.
I know.
Here is no limit.
Closer Kevin Gregg on, trying to get another game into extra innings. I talked to him earlier this weekend about Mariano Rivera, a guy he has tried to emulate.
You know, he's a professional. He walks out there. It's to me, it's impressive. He walks out there like he's supposed to beat you. He walks out the field like he was supposed to beat you, and people are comfortable with him beating them. And so that kind of, to me, it was different. There wasn't a lot of antics going on of fist pumps and all that stuff that you see in the game nowadays. Kind of old school when it comes to that kind of stuff. You're not going to see me, doing a bunch of dances out on the mound. And but I just really like his professionalism when it comes to the game.
And Rivera has put together a Hall of Fame career. Kevin Gregg learned under the tutelage of guys like Troy Percival and Scott Shields in Anaheim, and starts Jerry Hairston Jr. with a strike. How about some more extras? Be the fourth one on this trip.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a lot better than the alternative at this point. Needless to say, the biggest out of the inning right here. Keep that leadoff man off the bases, especially a guy with good base running speed in Jerry Hairston.
Charged with a tying run in the 8th. It scored on a sac fly when Aaron Heilman was on the mound. Hairston pops. Blanco shields and makes a catch. don't think the sun's a huge problem for him at this point, but
big out for Kevin Gregg and the Cubs. Now it's going to take multiple base hits or an extra base hit for the Reds to push something across. Get that leadoff man on. There's so many ways to get him around and get him on the plate.
Called strike on Dickerson. It began the game in center. He's now in right. By Gregg, gets a sign from Soto. There's Phillips on deck. He's reached 3 times and scored the tying run in the 8th.
Saw Kevin Gregg with kind of a quick pitch slide step that time. I like that. Even with nobody on base, just try to disrupt the hitter's timing. You know, if you pitch from the stretch like Kevin Gregg does and you come set and deliver the ball in the same rhythm every pitch, that hitter can kind of get in a rhythm with you. But that last pitch, he came set and used a slide step quick pitch.
A fly out into right center. Kosuke will get there. With 2 outs, it'll be Brandon Phillips. How about Roy Halladay? First pitcher to 10 wins in the majors this year. A 7-hit complete game shutout over the Royals today, 4-0. He's 10-1. And he made only 97 pitches, 24 balls against 33 at bats.
He's pretty good.
I would say so.
Washington Nationals making a bid to be the first major league team with 40 losses this year. 15-39 going into play today. They trail the Mets 6-0 in the 8th.
Phillips was able to hold to make it 1-1. That's Lance Nix watching the festivities with righty Jared Burton up in their bullpen. Oh, where was that one?
Not sure where this missed. Soto's out there. The ball tails back to the corner. It might have been a little bit outside.
That's a strike. 3-2. Tampa Bay trying to hold on to a late lead in the Bronx, 3-1 over the Yankees, but the Yanks have the bases loaded with 1 out in the bottom of the 8th. Big 3-2 coming up. Lined and caught by Derek Lee. Off to the 10th for the 4th game this week. 3-3 from Cincy.
Man, love that drinkability.
Drink what?
Drinkability. It's what makes Bud Light so incredibly refreshing. It's like a wave of refreshment, gently washing over your whole body.
It's getting bigger.
Here comes the refreshment. That almost never happens.
Easy drinking, always refreshing. Bud Light. The difference is drinkability.
No hard feelings.
Greek immigrants doing Texas chili in Cincinnati with spaghetti on it. I don't know. It was amazing.
So we have chili and spaghetti. They would say it was a two-way, 2 ingredients, and then the 3-way would be a cheese on top of that. So then we add onions for a 4-way, or you could add beans for a 4-way, and then if it's a 5-way, it's both beans and onions.
And these Coney dogs were really remarkable. I'm from Chicago and thought, a hot dog in Cincinnati? Oh, man, they were just amazing.
We get into the 10th. Guy who had the game-winning RBI last night, Adam Rosales, is from Chicago. Will play third. Jerry Hairston Jr. is out. Jared Burton is on the pitch. It's a double switch. Ryan Theriot will lead it off. I'm sure Ed Hardig, Cubs historian, is on the job trying to figure out when the Cubs last played a stretch like this with all these extremely tight ball games and the games that have gone to extra innings. The only one that hasn't all week was a 2-1 nail biter on Friday night.
Need a runner.
Remember I said the Yankees had the bases loaded down 2. Well, they now lead by a run. Thinking Robinson Cano came up with a big hit. A 1-1 to Theriot. Ground ball base hit into left. There was a bases loaded walk to tie that game, and then they added on to take the lead. Check that. The walk made it 3-2. Then they tied it on a forced attempt and a fielding error. So we'll see what the Cubs do here. Kosuke handles the bat well.
And we've seen Kosuke bunt on his own in similar situations in the past. Yeah, the problem with a sac bunt here is chances are the Reds are going to walk Derek Lee intentionally. He's been the Cubs' hottest hitter, much like Brandon Phillips has been the Reds' hottest hitter, and any chance you can get to take the bat out of his hands, I'm sure they'll take advantage of that.
The bunt, and they're going to throw to first, and I think Burton made the right decision. Kind of hoping he was going to try it. As Theriot got down that line towards second very quickly. It's a sacrifice for Kosuke.
pitch to Derek Lee.
Burton was sent down to AAA Monday when Edinson Volquez came off the DL, but Volquez went right back to the DL the next day, and Burton returned. A couple of scoreless innings that night. This is his first appearance in 5 days. 1 strike on D. Lee. Derek with a 2-run single in the third. The guy on deck, Fontenot, is 1 for 4. Good wheels at second, and Ryan Theriot representing the go-ahead run. Detroit got 5 in the bottom of the 8th to take a 9-5 lead over the Angels. As they try to win that series. Tigers leading the American League Central going into action today by 2.5.
That's the difference in being behind in the count 0-2 and ahead in the count 2-0. Derek Lee got a mistake pitch, middle of the thighs, middle of the plate that time, fouled it straight back. If you're in a more aggressive frame of mind in a 2-0 count, he probably hits that ball real hard somewhere.
Golfs it into center. Taveras went back, now comes in.
Well, that's very uncharacteristic. Derek Lee didn't even make it a third of the way down the first baseline.
Hannigan out to chat with Burton as they talk about the approach against Mike Fontenot. Texas with a 6-3 lead in the 9th at Fenway Park. Rangers leading the West by 3.5. 2 first-place teams battling in that one. The Braves just got 3 in the bottom of the 8th. They've gone to the 9th at Turner Field. 8-7 Atlanta over Milwaukee. Chipper Jones has had a monster day. 4 for 4, 5 RBIs, 12 total bases, 2 home runs. Nate McLouth leading off for the Braves today. 1-0 on Fontenot. Theriot at second base, 2 outs. It's 2-0 with Reed Johnson waiting in the wings. And if Fontenot reaches.
Michael Hoffpower has a bat and his helmet on, waiting on the steps. Would probably hit after Reed Johnson for the pitcher spot.
Three 3-0 on Fontenot. Cardinals are down 3-2 in the 8th. Rockies grabbed the lead in the 6th in that ball game. It was not, by the way, a 2-run sac fly. Well, one almost got away as they intentionally walked Fontenot. So 2 on for Johnson. These are big swing games when you're playing within your division. If the Cubs can pull it out, they'll jump into a tie for third with the Reds. If they can't win it, they'll be 2 back of Cincinnati and stuck in 4th place.
Three homers on the season for Reed Johnson, all 3 coming from the 7th inning on.
Most of his homers as a Cub have been big ones.
Well, with 2 strikes and 2 outs in the inning, Ryan Theriot should be moving at second base as soon as Reed Johnson starts his bat. You don't need to wait to see where he hits it or if he hits it. If he starts his swing, you start running.
The pitch. Still 0-2.
The thing about Burton is everything he throws moves away from a right-handed hitter. He throws a cut fastball in the low 90s that'll have a little bit of movement away from the righty. He throws a hard slider in the low to mid 80s that also moves low and away from a right-handed hitter. Now he will throw that cutter to both sides of the plate. We've seen him throw it at the knees of a right-handed hitter and try to cut it over the inside corner, but I have to believe in this situation, look away. Slider that time in the dirt, low and away.
Ascanio up for the Cubs. Burton was a Rule 5 guy taken from the Oakland organization in December of '06. The pitch. A rollover bouncer. Gonzalez bobbles. Everybody's safe. Bases loaded. Wasn't hit that hard, and even if Gonzalez got to it cleanly, wasn't going to be the most routine play. It's an error on the normally sure-handed Gonzalez.
It's one of those where as a hitter you're almost coming out of the batter's box as you make contact, and Reed busting it down that line. Theriot hesitated momentarily. Not sure if that distracted Gonzalez or not, but very unusual to see him boot a routine ball like that.
Micah Hoffpower batting for Kevin Gray. One more look.
You saw the Riot hesitated just momentarily. That ball bounced up, hit Gonzalez on the heel of the glove, and he's got no play. Dusty has no lefties available out of the bullpen. He used Daniel Ray Herrera and Arthur Rhodes earlier in the ball game, so it's going to be a righty against a lefty here. I think we're going to see Micah come right out of his shoes if this pitch is anywhere near the strike zone.
There it is, and he did.
Up a little higher than he can handle right there. That pitch up above the letters. Much better low ball hitter.
By my count, the Cubs are now 2 for 13 with runners in scoring position today. The pitch. 2-1.
Pretty tough take right there. Cutter off the plate outside, working back toward the corner.
Popped him up behind third. Rosales catches it. Definitely battling the sun there. And they leave them loaded for the second time today. 3-3, bottom 10.
How would you like to vacation at the all-new Italian Village at Beaches, Turks and Caicos Resort, Villages and Spa, and bring along 15 of your closest friends and family? Just enter the Beaches Resort's fantastic family flyaway at WGNAmerica.com. You'll get a 5-night luxury-included family vacation at Beaches Resorts, including unlimited gourmet dining and premium beverages, water sports, entertainment, round-trip airfare, a private breakfast reception, and more. It's the WGN America Beaches Resort's fantastic family flyaway. Enter today at WGNAmerica.com.
Who's the most beautiful baby?
Look at you.
Smile for Daddy.
Oh, you're so cute.
All right, give me a big smile.
Who's my little pumpkin pie? My witty bagel boo.
Think yours is the most beautiful baby? Prove it, and you could win $5,000. It's free and open to babies 3 to 24 months. But hurry, pictures accepted through July 2nd. Just upload your best baby pic to WGNAmerica.com.
This is the cutest baby ever.
Yes, you are.
Jose Escanio in the bottom of the 10th, making his 7th appearance.
It's been a while. He last pitched on the 31st of May against the Dodgers, 2/3 of an inning, gave up a hit, struck out a batter in that game. Two foam fingers. That's a winner right there.
Kind of tough to eat your cotton candy with the two of them on, but I'm sure he's already had his fill. Escanio versus Nix to start the bottom of the 10th. 6 pitchers for the Cubs, 5 for the Reds. A pop fly out into right, and Kosuke, and it's dropped by Blanco. I thought Kosuke might get it. Winning run at second base. Well, Kosuke never did call off Blanco. And it's a bloop double for Lance Nix. He put it in a perfect spot. Andres got his glove on it.
I didn't notice before the pitch, but I have to assume Kosuke must have been playing extremely deep out there in right field for this ball to get down. It was in the air a long time. Just off the webbing of Blanco's glove. Kosuke was just coming into the picture at that point.
Hernandez showing bunt, takes it outside.
Second consecutive at bat that Ramon Hernandez has been asked to put down a sacrifice bunt. You may remember the last one. Aaron Heilman tried to get the lead runner at third base. Didn't get anybody.
The bunt goes to Fontenot. He'll pick it up, throw to first. They get him. Hernandez with his second consecutive sac bunt. And it's set up for Adam Rosales, who hit the bouncer to third last night. It knocked in the winning run. Everybody pinching in all around the diamond. Infield in, outfield in a little bit. Here we go. Runner at third, one out. Broken bat, fly ball into right. Here comes a throw by Kosuke, and they don't even try it. Nick stays at third. I hope everybody's all right behind the Cubs dugout. The shattered bat ended up in the stands as Ascanio sawed off Adam Rosales. Well, that's good news. Everybody appears to be all right. And the Cubs right now with a chance to get to the 11th. Well, I thought they were going to try it.
Well, anybody other than Lance Nix running at third base, they probably do try it. But as always, Kosuke got himself in good position, got behind the baseball, didn't wait to see what the runner was doing, just unloaded to home plate, and the runner had to freeze.
A strike to Alex Gonzalez. 2 down. Last of the 10th.